everyone! Woo! My Geddit people! Love seeing your beautiful faces in the morning. Especially want to shout out to young people that I saw back there. Young people, hello! Woo! Good to see your faces here. Because it's very rare to see young people in the morning nowadays. Welcome back to Geddit, everyone. Okay? My name is Ruben. And I will be your host this morning, okay? Geddit, right? Now, if it's your first time to Geddit, what's Geddit about, right? Geddit is a time where we get together like that. We share a meal, right? As you can see, it's a restaurant setting that we have today. We have food at the corners that you can take later, okay? We're going to share a meal together. We're going to think big thoughts about life together, right? And for the past few sessions, we have been doing so through the book, this book in the Bible called Leviticus, okay? And we've explored very big questions such as, will God accept me? Is my life good enough? And for tonight, we'll be asking, where is my life heading? Okay? Very important question, yeah? Where is your life heading, okay? Now, we have an exciting lineup of things that we're going to do tonight. This morning. And, yeah, a bit, sorry, I'm not enough sleep now, okay? I'm personally looking forward to today, you know, because, okay, who's a fan of stand-up comedy? Stand-up comedy, yeah? Woo! I don't know if you were here, the last time we did it was quite some time ago, but we're going to have it today again, okay? We'll have 5 acts, a total of 5 stand-up comedians today that will try their best to entertain you. Okay, if they are not funny, just laugh at them, okay? Okay, but first, as your host today, I want to start by being open and being vulnerable to share something about myself with you guys, you know? Open, sharing, conversation, right? Today, I want to share a bit, So this is something a little bit about myself, okay? I'm actually a professional football player. Is what I would like to say at this point of my life, but obviously I'm not, okay? Or else why would I be here, right? Okay. But okay, on this note, I'm a football fan. Football was always something that I really wanted to pursue, but you know, as much as it's somewhere that I wanted to hit in life, okay, it went nowhere, right? But here's what I would say, okay? Football is not the only thing that I love, that I wanted to pursue, okay? I also wanted to pursue my biggest passion, you could say, is music, all right? Music is my biggest passion. Those who know me, I guess, yeah, you know, okay? I'm a music head, okay? I've, you could say, a knack for music since I was very little, okay? I pick things up very fast, learn the piano, learn the guitar myself, okay? And my friends, they go to lesson every week, and then I just I don't even go for lessons, I just listen a bit, hey, then I can play it, and then my friends say, hey, how you learn that, right? And then I have no answer because, you know. And you know what? Okay, I got to a point where me and my band, I eventually formed the band. You know, we actually managed to open for Coldplay before. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many of you guys know that. Okay, but me and my band actually managed to open for Coldplay. Is also what I would like to say at this point in my life, but obviously I did not, or else why would I be here again? Yeah. So I'll stop pulling your leg for now. Here's what I really do, okay? I sell air cons with my father, okay? It's not where I thought I was going in life, but here I am. Okay, so that's just my story. I believe all of us struggle with this most important topic for today, okay? This is where our lives are headed towards. And I hope all of us then, in this way, will have great, meaningful conversations about this, okay? And no surprises, at Geddit, what we believe is that if you get God, you will get life. You will know where your life should be headed and could be headed, okay? Now, in line with our topic for today, where's my life heading? One thing that heavily affects where our life is heading is the choices that we make every day in our lives, isn't it? Okay? So we make our choices, and then we have to live with the choices that we have made. Now for that, we're going to open today by playing a little game, okay? It's called red flag, green flag. Okay? No, it's not the Squid Game one, that's red light, green light. This is called red flag, green flag, okay? All of us familiar with what red flag is? Huh? Like when you call someone red flag, hey, the guy, hey, Marcus is a red flag. You know? Okay, joking, okay? No, he's not, okay? But it's like a danger, some warning, this guy, okay? Or you can call a situation or whatever a red flag, okay? Or I see some Chinese military ships coming to Malaysian oceans. Hey, wait, what's this, okay? Unannounced, red flag, okay? So you get the idea, okay? Green flag is what? The opposite, okay? Green flag is something that you approve, you are very assured about, right? It's like, okay, I don't have any examples. Oh, Marcus is a green flag, right? It's like, oh, hey, you should date him, okay? Something like that, okay? So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to share with you guys 5 scenarios. 5 scenarios, one by one. As I share each of them, you guys take the flag. You see the flags on your table, right? You got red flags and green flags there. As I share each scenario, you guys go and grab which color flag you think that scenario belongs to, okay? And then once you grab it, you wave it, and then you shout your flag, okay? If it's a red flag, and then green flag, you do the same thing, okay? Now we'll do this for each scenario. And at the end of it, okay, I want you to note how many red flags you collected and how many green flags you collected, okay? Sounds good? Simple? Easy enough? Scenario 1, okay? Here's scenario 1. Here's a colleague who agrees with everything you and your boss ask him to do. Red flag or green flag? Okay. I see people hesitating and I was like, wait. I see like, wow. Okay. For those who have red flags, okay? For those who have red flags, you wave it and shout red flag now. Red flag. Okay, I think it's a majority here. Just to be sure. No, green flag one. Raise your hands and, okay, green flag says green flag. Green flag. Wow, so little. Okay, this is like so disproportionate. Okay. More than I imagined. Okay. Wow. The person is helpful, no? He's helping you. What are you? What? Wow, this is really confused me a bit, okay? Now, scenario 2 here, okay? A boss who makes big decisions quickly. What? Okay, for those who have red flag, 1, 2, 3, red flag. Wow, okay, it's obvious who won over here, but just for the shouts of it, okay? For those who have green flag, say green flag. Okay. Still a bit disproportionate for me, I don't know why, okay? I thought it'd be more split. Okay, wow, you guys like your bosses just changing company direction, like, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, let's move to Penang. Really? Hey, yeah, now you want to change your mind. See, never think. Okay. Never mind, I just accept that as your final answer. Okay. Third scenario. A friend who is known for listening to different perspectives rather than having just one. Wait. Okay. Okay, so for those who are green flag, you shout. And for those who are red flag, pathetically shout. Wow. Okay. Hey, you guys serious about this? Really? You okay with your friend? Just like, hey, this guy really hates me, this guy is really, really getting on my nerves, right? And then your friend says, I can understand that. And then he says the same thing to your friend who also gets on your nerve, right? Okay, how? This is the situation lah. Come on. Okay. Okay, fourth scenario. Again, I'll just take that as your final answer. Fourth scenario, a parent who sneaks in some time during the job to spend time with the family. Oh. Okay, here, I anticipate quite a split over here. Wow. So far, I haven't seen any flags raised yet. Whoa. Whoa. Yes. Go, talk it out. Not easy, huh? Okay, time's up. Time's up. For those who raise a red flag for this, you say? Wow, okay, yeah. And for those who are green flag, say? Green flag. Wow, okay, more green flag because in the name of family, the company can die. Okay, I understand you guys, okay? Okay, live with the decision, huh? Now, fifth scenario, a successful family member who multitasks during family dinner. Successful family member you really look up to. Oh, it's multitasking. Still quite split as I can see. Okay, it's time to take stock. For those who are red flag, you go? Wow, okay. For those who are green flag, you go? A lot of green flags. Wow, okay. So as long as your uncle is a CEO, brings your family to a lot of vacation, right? Can let him be on his iPad the whole time, huh? Okay. Okay, thanks for participating, everyone. Yep. Yes. Now, of all the 5 scenarios, okay, you need to count how many green flags or how many red flags you have chosen for yourself, okay? Just remember that number, all right? Now, who is overall the green flag gang? Overall, the green flag gang shouts? Huh? Really? So little? Seriously? Okay. Green flag? Okay, really? Green flag. Okay. And then, okay, I need to check this again. Who is the red flag gang? You all shout? Red flag. Wow, overall you got more red flags than... Okay. Okay, sure. Let's do this for now, okay? Now, I said at the start, you will have to live with the choices that you make, okay? Your chosen flag represents your fate or your destiny today for what you will eat. For the green flag gang, wow, you guys get to have roasted beef. And the red one got the more normal one, the roasted chicken, okay? Go with the majority lah, see? Beef is nicer, okay. Now with that, okay, I believe some green flags did not raise your hands just now, okay, but just remember your flag, go for your food later, alright? So with that, breakfast is served, okay? But do wait for the usher's queue for your table to get your food, okay? Because we want to be civil people here, okay? Don't cause a traffic jam. The ushers will direct you, okay? And as you grab your food at the buffet counters, you can think and spend some time sharing with one another about this, right? Your experience living with a bad choice that you've made in life, or how do you judge what makes a good and bad choice in life? Yeah, share some of your examples with one another, okay? Have a good meal, everyone, and I'll see you again very soon. Alright, guys. Your meals are making me hungry, but I have to say this now, okay? Are you all ready for the stand-up act, the first stand-up act for today? Okay? So, as you're getting ready, if you need to turn your chairs to face the front, you can do so for a better view, alright? And same goes for those downstairs. I haven't forgotten you. My guy asked me to give you all more love, so yeah. Okay? For our first guy, our first stand-up act, he's my Indian brother from another mother. I literally work with him actually, okay? He is very bald on the head, but very hairy in other places. That came out wrong, I don't know why, okay. This act, Shun, Alex Thomas!
Why? Let me tell you the difference, okay? When I look here at all of you under these bright lights, I see the difference. The difference in complexion. Y'all can see it now. Look at this. Look at the difference, okay? Can see? Can see? Very different, okay? How can you expect me, an Indian man, to talk about my life direction? Do you know the trauma that my people have faced? Trauma, you know. You sure you can take it? You want me to talk about my life direction? You can't even take me for being me, okay? Look, and by the way, I'm not racist, okay? I have a great love for the Chinese people, okay? Some of my best friends are Chinese. Say my best friend there. Eh? My wife is Chinese too. Okay? Yes, I love you all. In fact, that's why I'm here. I want to educate you guys. Okay? I want to let the light shine on the darkness. So let me tell you what happened, okay? There was this one time I walked into the Monash car park and there was this Chinese girl. It's always Chinese girl, by the way. Okay? Always. There was a Chinese girl sitting in a car, okay? And as I walk past the car, her head lifts up, our eyes meet. And you know, I just want to be friendly, so I give her a smile. Why you all laugh? You're racist also, is it? You're racist also? Oh, what is this, man? I just smile like this. I thought I was just being friendly, okay? But the next thing I know, in 1 second only, her face transformed from smiling to puchat. Oh my goodness. And by the way, I want to mimic puchat for y'all, but I'm black, so I can't do it. You know, and by the way, like, how do Chinese girls even turn puchat? Y'all are already so white. It's like watching a ghost getting frightened, you know. But that's how scared she was of me, okay? And that wasn't the only thing. After that, I suddenly hear this sound. Clip! Then I was like, wait a minute. Did she just, no. Did she just lock her car? No, cannot be, right? And then I was like, wait. Did she lock her car because I'm Indian? No, cannot be, right? Some of this was Monash, okay? Australian university, right? Very civilized, right? Top quality education, right? So I thought, cannot be she's racist. In fact, I got scared. I thought there were people behind me. I thought I was in danger, so I look around. Where's the people? Where's the people? But there was no one. And then I look back at her. She's reversing the car like F1 already. Dude, I guess I was the danger. Guys, come on, man. What is it about me that when you look at me, you feel the need to secure yourselves? When I came up here, you all fell for your wallet. Oh, yo, is he still here? Is he still here? Dad, take the wallet. Come on, guys. And I know some of you are thinking right now, because you're Indian, ma. Indian what? Indian what? Tell me, man. I cannot. Okay? And you know, I got so upset. When I walked into Monash, I was looking for a toilet, but I accidentally ended up in the classroom. Okay? And see, this is not as bad, but this is pretty bad too. Okay? The moment I walked in, wow, all the students, they put all their phones inside their pocket, no? Then they took out their pens, took out notepad, took out laptop. One fella even opened up Microsoft Excel. One fella called me sir. I almost gave them homework, okay? What is it? What? Do I look like a lecturer to y'all? What? 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 It's because I'm bald, is it? When you look at my head, you see your future so bright. Is that it? Do I remind you of Mahatma Gandhi? Do I look like I'm here to teach you something? Okay, what is it about me, guy? Look, I walk into a car park, you think I'm a thief. I walk into a classroom, you think I'm a lecturer. You know, if you're going to stereotype me, at least be consistent. Okay? And, I thought, I want to give you all the benefit of the doubt. So I thought maybe all these things happened to me because you don't know me, right? You don't know the real me. So that's why you stereotype me, right? So I thought maybe if I date someone, then she would know the real me, right? No more racism already. Okay, so let me tell you what happened. There was once this girl, yes, also a Chinese girl, and she was actually one of my closest friends. Very nice to me. Okay, in fact, she was one of the most least racist person I ever knew. In fact, she was so Indian, she would eat with her hands. Look, why are you all eating a fork and spoon? Like, God give you hand for what? Eat like Indian with hands, okay? So she was so Indian, she ate with her hands. I thought she was the one, okay? So I saved up. I brought her to TGIF. Very expensive for me, okay? I bought her steak, medium rare. Yeah, medium. I'm very high class, okay? I know I look like a thief, but I can spend on my woman if I want to, okay? So I saw her enjoy the steak, and she looked like she was in heaven, so I thought this was the moment, okay? So, I leaned in, because I wanted to bare my soul, be vulnerable with her, right? Because she needs to see the real me, not stereotype me anymore, right? So I leaned in and I said, actually, the reason I asked you out tonight is because I wanted to confess to you that I am in love with you. Wait, not yet finished. Then I asked her, will you be my woman? But you know what she said? Can you all guess? No. I wish she said no. Yeah, she didn't say no. Good. But guess what? She didn't say yes either. In fact, she didn't say anything. She started laughing. Okay, laughing at me. Okay, and by the way, it wasn't like a K-drama giggle. No, by the way, she was a very beautiful girl. But in that moment, she transformed into some uncle at a kopitiam shop. Deep belly laughs, okay? I was horrified. I was stunned. I thought to myself, am I the joke? So I asked her, hey, why are you laughing? And then she stopped laughing, finally. And then she said to me, I was laughing because I was just surprised. I was surprised that you thought that I would ever date you. Because you're Indian. Wait, not yet finish. Then she told me, shouldn't you date your own people? My own people? Hey, where are my people here? Where are my people? Oh, I see some brothers there. Hey, my people. Hey, is there a secret Indian dating village I don't know about? Can you all please send me an invitation, please? I want to come also. Hey, my Indian brothers, let's stop using Tinder, okay? Let's use Inder, okay? Let's make our own app, lah, okay? Okay, you know what? I don't want to hate on her. You know, maybe I give her the benefit of the doubt as well. You know, maybe she wanted to help me, right? Maybe she thought that I was an endangered species, right? So that's why in her mind she was like, Shun, don't date me. Breed responsibly. Protect the Indian population. Stay within your own kind. Maybe I don't know, okay? And you know what? I thought, you know, this is just one girl, you know. Maybe they can't all be that bad. But then, I met my mother-in-law. And let me tell you, if this girl I asked out thought I was an endangered species, my mother-in-law thinks I am an invasive species. Now, you know, I'm used to garden variety racism, like, you know, typical, like, oh, the light is off, where are you, you know? I mean, sure, that is garden variety, you know, 500-year-old joke, sure, okay? My mother-in-law is in a class of her own, okay? Her kind of racism is very polite, very nice, overcompensating nice, trying to win Oscar for Best Supporting Actress nice, okay? The first time I met her, she was trying to be so polite, right? She asked me questions like, Son, by the way, Chinese people, can you pronounce H? My name is Shun, not Son, okay? But she was like, Son, does your family eat chicken curry every day? Huh? Hey, do you want auntie to go buy curry for you? I can put in the tea, you know, if you want. Son, does your mother wear sari every day? Not very difficult one, meh? How to go toilet, huh? And then finally, on the first day I met her, she closed with this one statement. She told me with a straight face, Son, let me tell you, I really want to have Indian grandchildren. Then I was like, I never even proposed yet. You're already planning the family tree, huh? Chinese here, Indian here. Let's separate them together, okay? But you know what, let me tell you, after married already, after my wife pregnant already, the first thing she told my wife, you know what she told my wife? Drink soya bean. Okay? I will finish. Okay? Drink soya bean so that the baby skin won't be so dark color. You know, look, I love my mother-in-law, okay, but she really believes in this stuff, you know. For her, soya bean is the solution to all our life problems, okay? Hey, brother, you got pimples, drink soya bean. Acne, soya bean. Dark spots, soya bean. Bankruptcy, soya bean. Everything is soya bean. Okay, just think soya bean only, okay? But you know, here's the strange part, okay? Look at my daughter. So this is my daughter. Yes, nice. So, do we look alike? Yes. I know, you all are just saying that to make me feel better, right? No, why do you all think she looks alike? Because of her eyes are very big. She has Indian eyes, not like Chinese eyes. Look, guys, you are looking at the wrong thing. Have I not taught you anything this morning? Look at the skin color, okay? She's so fair. Look, I'm so dark. Look at the difference. Look at her, she's so fair. So, and this is why every time I look at her, I get a bit scared, you know why? Because I think to myself, maybe my mother-in-law is right. maybe soya bean does work, man. And you know what, guys? After all the trauma that I have experienced as an Indian man, I'm starting to think, maybe I should drink some soya bean. You've all been great. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Shun. You really revived our Indian brothers and sisters here, maybe. But I actually resonated with that, because as a darker Chinese person, I too was traumatized in my life by my friends to drink soya bean. Okay, so we're gonna have another 2 acts back to back after this. All right, guys. So we're gonna have them up in 5 minutes. But at the moment, just carry on with your breakfast, and there are seconds if you want to go and take them, okay, before everybody else takes them. Okay, it's a buffet. Okay, reminder again, today is a buffet, right? Go get your food, first come first serve, if you still want it, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, get it, people. Our next two performers are ready, okay? Just before I introduce them, can I just remind all of us, right, during the stand-up acts, if I could just get your favor to minimize movements as much as possible, that would be very great, and that will enhance the experience for all of us, all right? Okay, can we do that? Cool. Our next stand-up act, okay? This is what I heard. She calls herself the Chinese chicken. Yeah, that's exactly my reaction when I heard that, and I personally think it's a Google translating mistake, but she is from Malaysia, but she went all the way to Taiwan just to come all the way back to Malaysia again, apparently to be misunderstood by everybody, okay? Please welcome Marian.
Hello everyone, 我是 Marian， 谢谢大家。Okay, so based on today's topic, I was thinking, what kind of life do I want to live? So basically, 我想要成为一个怎样的人？ So let me tell you what kind of person I try to be. Okay, so 我从小是一个很缺爱的人。You guys know 缺爱？缺爱 is lack love, not lack love, not make love. Is lack of love. Okay, so because of I want to get this love, I really trying very hard to be someone else. So 在这个过程里面，我 gain 了3个 power. Very 勁 one. The first one, 我会弄到人家讨厌我。So example is, 我要像我的姐姐一样。So 我的姐姐，你不要看她这样啊，黑黑矮矮小小一只啊。She is so famous one. 有谁认识她吗？哇，她几 famous 哦！呀，很 famous， 你知道吗？全部人喜欢他，女生喜欢他，男生喜欢他。那种韩国欧巴哦，来 travel 哦，跟他拿电话号码的哦。哇呀，他 famous 哦。OK， 我真的很想要 just be like her 啦。So 我做了什么嘞 ？Just pretend like her 吗 ？OK。What's your name?
Marvin.
Okay. He's my model 啦 today, okay? Yeah, so 我的姐姐 got many friends one 嘛 ，so normal talk 啦，还是这样的。哎，我跟你讲了。Thank you. Okay, normal, but I try very hard 嘛。So what I did? Normal talk 啊。很好笑。Okay, thank you so much. So what's the result? The aunties 在后面老 say， 哇，这么Marian这样小啊 ？Some more， 他们 block their children 不要跟我做朋友。哇 ，because 他们怕他的女儿跟我一样小。不然就是他们的儿子 fall in love with me。所以我想问马文啊 ，Do you love me? Your wife not here. Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe 啊，不要这样害死我哎！不是我逼啦，不是我啊。Yeah. So, okay, 我跟你们讲小got different level one. Just now that one is touchy 小，okay, only level one. So the level two is expressive here. So expressive, no need touch one. Expressive is like got distance. 老婆不在啊。Yeah, so my next level. Just now is expressive ma. Mine is inside one. So I no need to do anything. People will think that I'm the green tea hiao. Yeah. So you guys know every 靓仔旁边有一个 green tea 的。Yeah, green tea beach. Yeah, 绿茶婊. Right? So what I did, I just stand there 直直 do nothing 拍照 only And then got a 靓仔come my side and no touch one no touch one. Boom! Everybody hates me. Yeah, and then what happened? 就是他们就这样子在后面在那边讲，咦，够小啊，个 Marian do nothing. This is the power of green tea hell. Green tea aura. Yeah. 你们要小心一点啊，小心你们老公。Yeah, so I really tired to deal with all this 小thing lah. Okay, so I run away. So I go Taiwan lah. So 哇，台湾also next level the people there 哇，女生眼睛 big big， 波 big big， 比我还小。In normal life 他们怎样走路的？他们是这样的。Just in normal life， 比我还小。Yeah, so 我那时候是怎样？我是黑黑，pimple 很多到吓到老师。Yeah， 就跟他们差很远But then 在台湾嘛，你们以为他们这样 open 是不是？我的 life 应该会 better 一点啦 ，open 嘛，小没有关系的嘛 ，right？ 这里 gain 了我 second power， 那个 power 就是。我会弄到人家觉得我是 bitch。Yeah, so what happened? 我的 class 有一个靓仔 ，yes， 又是靓仔。And then 他要去韩国 entertainment company 去做韩国欧巴韩国练习生，真的。Yeah， 可是还不出名啦，没有看到他。Yeah, so what happened? 因为他要去韩国。我的老师要找一个 catwalk replacement， so 他晚上 emergency call 我，Marian 你明天可不可以走秀去 catwalk？ I was like， 我这样缺爱，老师很像有点 trust 我又喜欢我 ，Why not just go for it 啦 ？OK 啊，老师没有问题，我们明天见。结果 second day 马上到 ，boom， 全部人觉得我是 bitch。Yeah， 他们觉得我去跟老师聊咯，来，老师，我真的很想要做model。No， 我没有做 anything， 我的 power green tea 聊。Yeah， so after that， 我其实真的在想啦，我真的只是很想要做一个来 professional 的人，来，我真的觉得做 model 是给人家喜欢的，因为台湾有很多出名的人 ，just like J Chow。Everybody loves him, even though no one understands what he is singing about. Next one, Jolene， 哇，很瘦她矮我2个 cm。Me here, Jolene. Okay, to be accurate, 1.5 cm 啦。So， and then 她其实跟我一样啊，她以前没有波的。And then after that， 他 suddenly 波变大，他讲是自己是做假的啦，是假的波。Yeah， so 他跟我其实一样，可是 everybody loves her。Yeah，and the next one 更劲了，小 S。他在节目摸了多少个男生，然后过后 他还 sit on 老大娃的呆逼。我摸是小，他摸是屌。我为了做模特哦，我真的是很努力，你知道吗？我 every day 哦 become 180 cm， 很高。我穿20 cm 的高跟鞋，每一天在那边练走路 ，every day 要练小。OK，and then 真的是很辛苦啊，因为我每一次跌倒啊，还是什么，你们真的觉得很爽咩？其实还蛮爽一下啦。OK， 可是我们模特不讲啦，讲 best friend， right？ 每个人有 best friend，so I also have a best friend. We studied together from Malaysia to Taiwan 很多年。有时候他讲我是他的狗 ，it's okay， 小事。Marian 哦，我真的不知道他是头脑撞到还是进水啊。他知道我喜欢那种高高白白。靓仔很 talented 哦，妈那到我在后面哦跟别人讲哦，我喜欢他那个又波大又黑又没有 talent 的男朋友，不是 Shun Alex Thomas 啊。I love you, brother. Respect. Yeah, I was like， 我到底是有几美？我都没有跟她男朋友讲话的嘞，她是觉得我有 expressive 条那种。Sorry， 我是 green tea 条哦，因为我是 green tea 条哦，所以他会觉得我可以调的。OK，it's okay，fine，没有问题。我也是觉得很累啊 ，so I come back to Malaysia 啦。So when 我 come back， 我跟你讲，第3个 power 也是很劲啊。我会弄到人家觉得 I have a good life。I was like, OK， 你们平常哦 Chinese New Year 哦都是那种 uncle auntie 会问，哎，你最近好吗？哦，你现在做什么工啊？有没有男朋友？我回来了，从来没有人问我这个东西，他们知道，哦，你从台湾啊？哦，一定是很好的，哦，你的 life 应该是很不错啊，哦，周杰伦 church 的，哦，我真的是很羡慕你哦。I was like, OK， 你是没有出过国是吗？OK， 我是不知道这么全部人觉得我 life 很好，然后还会觉得说，哎，我觉得你应该很好，因为你的姐姐很好。I was like, what the heck? You guys remember, right? Just so I try very hard to be like my sister. The more I try, everybody hates me. I was like, I don't understand 你的脑进水是不是？然后过后还觉得我在台湾很好。Hello， 我的 classmate 哦，在后面哦讲，你觉得你很美咩？要不是那个谁去那个韩国，你以为你可以做模特啊 ？And then 哦，我姐姐屌哦，我姐姐讲哦，你可以承认你自己美嘛？你知道，你每次讲你自己不美哦，人家会觉得你很作。你可以讲你自己美。So I was like, oh, so confused. My classmates say 我不美，你叫我承认我美，这样我要怎样 ？I don't know. Then 哦，我是一个，你知道每个人这样子对我习惯了，因为我缺爱嘛，然后又没有爱这样哦，我不习惯人家对我好，所以我男朋友真的是很可怜的。我男朋友在那边 ，I love you, B 。我男朋友真的很好，你知道吗？他有时候会跟我讲，哎，B 你很美哦，就是 normal thing, right? I was like。你讲我美，我觉得很委婉咯。以前他们讲我美哦，是讲我小咯。你现在讲我美哦，你是不是要跟我 break up？ 呀，说过慢慢 ，OK， 他很patient啦，对我很好 ，I love you, B。呀，说 after that 哦，想一下哦，我真的觉得啦。Actually, you don't have to be someone else. No need to be like somebody. 我其实也不想要啦。Just be yourself, right? Just embrace yourself. 调就调，是不是？我的 life is suck 哦，人家觉得 good 咯，是不是 ？Yeah. So actually, 我觉得 embrace 了过后， I'm happy now lah. How about you? Music?
你快乐吗？我很快乐。一步就是向后退一步。你快乐吗？我很快乐。
Thanks, Marian. I haven't met someone who's so confused and misunderstood for so long. Wow. Made me feel for myself, hell. I felt I was hell throughout the whole thing just now. Don't know about you. Now, if one Chinese girl wasn't enough, we have 2 Chinese girls for y'all today. Okay, China's taking over the world. We need to have more Chinese people on stage. Okay, please welcome Xin Le.
Okay, thank you for the music. And hi everyone, I'm Xin Le. So today, the topic is, where is my life heading, right? I used to think that life is about happiness, right? Happiness ma, just be happy lah. But then I realized it's all a scam. I try so hard to be happy, right? But then all I get is just pain. People always think, right, because I smile a lot, right, so I must be happy. But they don't know. Every time when I laugh, I'm laughing at my life. Life is a pain. Let me share with you 3 pains in my life, okay? So, first pain. I have 3 older brothers. Yeah, I have 3 older brothers. Okay, yesterday I was just thinking about this, and then suddenly I got myself a new nickname. You know what is that or not? Cinderella. Cinderella, you know why or not? Because Cinderella got 3 stepsisters. I got 3 older brothers. And then she was treated like a kakak, right? So do I. And then guess what is her name? Cinderella. My name is Cinderella. Close enough, right? Close enough. Yeah, but I don't understand, I don't know why, right? People always think, the moment when they hear I have 3 older brothers, then they think, wow, she must be a princess at home. Sorry, lor. Real brothers don't look like the one in K-drama. There's a reason why they exist in K-drama. Because they cannot be real. And then, anyway, I still don't understand why my brothers, every time, right, when they see Mei, they immediately become brainless. I don't understand why, it's like their brain, right, got a switch like that. Suddenly, when they go out, they see you, all right, brain turn on. And then, when they come back home, see Mei, brain turn off. I don't understand. That time, when I got my A-levels result, so okay I get full A stars. Okay? Yeah. And then, you know what my brother told me or not? My brother said, hey, you must thank me, You must thank me. Then I was like, what the? Then he was like, you must thank me. When we were young, I was playing with my toy car inside. And then, you know what? I accidentally hit your head. This is why you are smarter today. And then, when during high school, right, when my xiao my 3rd brother, he came back home. Every time after high school, he came back home. Even before he closed the door, he was like this. Hey, Mimi, hey, I'm back. And then he go and play his Dota. You know what happened? He immediately take off all his clothes except his boxers. What the? I'm like, okay lah, bro, I understand Malaysia is very hot. But you are not hot lah. And then you gotta ask, if you think you're good enough, you dare to go and do to all the other girls outside? Go lah, go. You only can dare to do in front of your mei. And then after that, he left all his clothes in front of the door, expecting me to pick everything up. What? I am mei. Not mid, okay? Double M doesn't mean mid, no? And then, I have second pain in my life. My face, doesn't bloody work. Who here, your face, always betray you all the time? Okay, look at my face. This is me looking sad. This is me looking angry. Like this, how to live my life? Where is my life heading like this? My friend even give me a nickname to my face, imprecise face. And then that day when I got very angry, I thought I was looking like I'm murdering someone, And then you know what? My friend came and told me, she was like, Sinla, are you sad? Or are you sick? Or your dog just died, is it? That moment I was like, okay, win liao, how to live like this? How to live like this? If you think this is the worst, no. I got the worst pain of all. My period pain. Girls, you all understand, right? You all know me, right? I know, guys, you are gonna say, pain, who doesn't have pain? I also got pain, ma. That day I play football, right? I kena my leg. Leg pain. Okay lah, leg pain lah. You got leg pain every month one. Can I choose? Do you have an organ that tries to commit suicide every month? You got or not? It's not period pain. It's not I choose period pain, It's period pain chooses me. It's so pain, It's like someone doing boxing to your tummy every month, And it's not any good boxer, got passion, no skill. Okay? When the boxer go and punch your tummy, it's like suddenly, got mood, bam, 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 right? Then suddenly stop. I thought, okay, I'm done for this month. Then suddenly got some small punches here and there. What is this? It's so painful, Do you know? I can't even feel when I want to pee, when I want to poop. I can't even feel whether I'm hungry. And then just let me tell you, normally, okay, I don't know whether you think this is too fast or normal, but usually I take shower for 5 minutes. Okay? And then guess how long I take shower during my period? Not 5, not 10 also. Not 20, 30. 30 minutes, 6 times more than my normal shower time. This is not because I'm a lady, so I take forever to shower, okay? It's because that 30 minutes is precious time to elevate from my pain, peace for my pain. You see, every time when you go into shower, what do you see? You see shower heater, right? Heater. You see shower head, you see shower head. Do you know, at that time of the month, they look different to me. They look like my future. They are like my life savior. The moment I go in, right, I turn on the heater to the max. And then I take the shower heater, I shoot at my tummy. Until it's so hot that I'm boiling my tummy. Yeah. It's so painful that I have to use another pain to cover my pain. And then, one day, I have this auntie, I don't know why, just suddenly, maybe she know I'm always painful, right? Then she tell me, Sinla, do you know, if you give birth to a baby, then all your period pain will go away. Wow! I was thinking like, popping a baby, like taking drug forever. Now I understand why when baby, they were given birth, right? They cry like crazy. Because they're carrying all their mother's period pains. And then now I understand why my mama want to give birth to 4 children. Suddenly, I know where my life is heading. Wow! That's the moment, right? I literally take out my phone for the first time of my life. I go through all the contact, all the guys' name. And then I shortlisted the names. By the time I shortlisted, my period ended. And then suddenly I realized, who needs a guy when I don't feel period pain? I already have 3 guys in my life. Let's not have more, okay? Then it's by the time when I enter medical school, Then I realized it's all a scam. It's all a scam. And then now, I'm not only feeling sad over my future, I'm also feeling sad over my Panadol. And then I'm also very sad because now I got trust issue. People always talk like they know what life is going on, but it's all a scam. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank God I'm a guy! Yeah! The guy! Sorry, Sinla. Okay, I'm testing waters over here, okay? I'm not sure how you girls will take it. No, I joke with my wife like that all the time, okay? Sorry. Okay? Thank you for sharing your pain, Sinla, okay? Life is pain. I have a few announcements over here, okay? Continue happily eating, right? And before I get another two comics up, okay, just a reminder, right? If you're snapping pictures of tonight or any stories this morning, do tag us at Geddit.mind. We'd love to see the whole morning, your morning memories today through your eyes, all right? And if you are curious about what Geddit is all about even more, you can check out our website. We've got talks, performances from all over the years just waiting to be explored, okay? The Geddit experience doesn't have to stop here. Just a reminder on that, okay? And on top of showing off your time at Geddit online, why not bring Geddit with you also wherever you go with Geddit merch, okay? So we have merch that is being sold downstairs, okay? If you're interested later, wear a shirt or carry a tote bag, and there are even pins, okay? Pins, wow, I mean, okay, no, it's just reminding me that I have to get these pins now, because, wow, okay, I realized that I didn't have pins. And now, for some of you also, this morning might be your first taste of Geddit, and you're thinking, man, okay, I wish this was more often, okay? Good news, it does happen more often, not here, perhaps, but it's in Geddit get-togethers, okay? GGTs, we call it for short. It happens all over the Klang Valley, and these are hosted by various small groups. And if you're keen to join one, you just hit to our website, find one of these that are near you, and you can just ask your friend who brought you here today for these GGTs, okay? And then just join the one that they are joining, okay? Now, time for our next comic. Our next comic, Chinese person again, okay? You speak English mostly, okay? Our next comic, he has the height of a CEO, but the face and body of what I think is a UFO, okay? Now, please welcome, okay, Shun.
Hello， 大家好，我是凯盛。So that's my Chinese name, 凯盛。In English, it means prosperity, abundance, and growth. But 讲真 so far I only grow in height, but not my future. Not my bank account, and apparently not even my hair. Fun fact, my age is double digit this year. Definitely not 11, right? Sadly, not 22. It's 33. Just like 33 Shopee coins in my app. And next round, I will be say already. You guys know 44 in Cantonese? It means die. But right now, I'm just emotional damage. That's why I stopped counting birthdays anymore. I just count Shopee coins. It feels more exciting than my future. But to be honest, I feel quite proud that I'm quite good at collecting Shopee coins. And when your mom gives you your parents give you such a prosperous name, I always know that I always think maybe I will head to somewhere great, right? But in my 33 years old now, I'm still waiting for my GPA GPS to load. And although my name is Shun, I still can't find a location in my future. You know, sometimes it's funny that your name and your hope doesn't match. Shun cannot find location. But I do think about having vacation sometimes, because I do think I live so long, I work so hard, although not very successful, but I deserve it, right? But I look at the Shopee account, right? It takes so much Shopee coins to redeem a voucher, but I only have 33 Shopee coins. So give out lah. And you probably thought that with such a name, I would have figured out my vocation already. Since after all, I'm 2 syllables ahead of you, but just Shun. You know, and my surname actually makes sense. Wu Shun. I'm just Shun without location, no vacation, no vocation, just a lot of complications. And I do get a lot of Shopee notifications. And I'm actually from Johor, right? Yeah, but my dreams came to KL without informing me. What happened to communication, right? And you know, the feeling of driving in KL as a Johor guy, like so confusing. Like when I look at the highways, the roundabouts, they all look the same. It's all frustration. And sometimes I just got lost, right? So there's one time I want to go to Mid Valley, right? And the next thing I know, boom, I'm at Kajang Toh. And that's why I feel like waking up every day. Like, how did I even get here? And I remember when I was 12 years old, my mom was late in picking me out again from school with no prior communication. Sometimes I wonder why she named me Shun. And I just waiting there, right? All my friends have left home already. The prefects have left. Even the ice cream uncle packed out. I just standing there feeling like an abandoned shopping parcel. And I thought to myself, right, I don't want to grow up. Because I always believe that adult life is full of suffering, pain, and anxiety. I was right. Have you ever scrolled your Instagram and LinkedIn, and you look at your friends, you feel like there must be some leveling out system, right? Because I see all my friends getting promotion, buying a new car, or like maybe they get a new house. In this leveling out system, I always feel like I start at the tutorial. Because in my 30s, right, all my friends are doing big things. They are getting houses, getting married, making babies, fighting for inheritance. Me, I just felt proud because I fought a very tough battle with my procrastination yesterday. It was a weekly battle, okay? But I finally did my laundry without waiting for my last underwear to go off. Yeah, that's some personal growth right there, okay? And I would like to call it dedication. And you know, because I have to prep for this stand-up, my laundry pile grew, okay, abundantly, like my Chinese name. It's a little bit sad, it's a little setback, I know. But at least my laundry pile now looks a lot like my life. It's messy, but at least it's still warm. And yesterday, I actually hit a personal milestone in my life, in my Shopee farm. So there's this Shopee plant that I've been watering every day faithfully. Every day, it will give me 1 coin. And on a good day, you know, if Shopee is feeling generous, I get 2. But I'm not gonna lie, right? There's a point when I feel like giving up. I was questioning myself if this is worth doing it every day. Is this worth my life? But I remember Warren Buffett say, right? Investment is to reward those who are patient. So I waited. I endured. I kept the faith. And I stayed true to my dedication. And eventually, I got 500 Shopee coins, which will expire in 3 days and cannot use with the free shipping voucher. But it's okay. I picked my battle, okay? I chose the table lamp that I always wanted. It took me 3 months, 500 Shopee coins, and my self-worth. But, you know, hey, at least right now, my desk is bright, even if my future is not. And yeah, so every night I just lay on my bed. You know, I feel like a philosopher sometimes. I'm just scrolling, adding stuff. I pretend that I got money. And, you know, sometimes I just want to keep adding stuff to my cart, you know, because that's the only part of my life that feels full. And my friend like to ask me, right, hey, Shun, when's your turn, huh? Turn? Like, what turn? I'm not some dim sum trolley, right? You cannot just push me around, asking me to take what I'm not ready. And I know my plates have a lot of trauma on it. I feel more like a McDonald's ice cream machine. Not working again. So better don't ask. And now if a kid asks me, you know, like, ask me for life advice and tell me, I don't feel like growing up, I just tell them, good news. You won't feel like you are growing anyway. You are just slowly aging with a bit more stress, a bit more anxieties, a little less hair, or a lot more. But hey, maybe life is okay not knowing where you are heading. If you have a bunch of friends who are not smarter than you, not richer, not more successful. And maybe abundance is just a mindset. Maybe I used to think that success means you know exactly where you are heading, but right now, success to me is just, you know, not breaking down and cry when I'm stuck at the Kajang Toe Jam. And maybe success is about learning how to laugh, even though you are being completely, hopelessly lost. 我是凯生. Thanks for sharing my pain.
Man, Kai Sheng, why did you have to be so real with that, man? Woo, Wu Kai Sheng, like a Wu Gui going nowhere. You know? So, yeah, I just thought of that just now. Sorry. Our next comic. I hope you guys enjoyed your meal today, right? Because our next comic, definitely he did not, okay? Because I see him counting calories nowadays, you know, just every day counting calories, how many calories are going to his body, okay? So please welcome Chia Wei Kin.
Nothing lasts forever. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Now it's just too late.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Wei Kin. And yes, I exercise now. Started. All laughing at my pain, right? Y'all got exercise or not? Okay, good. Okay, no, I hate it in the gym. It's so damn dumb. Okay, what the hell? People are paying to feel pain, you know. I tell you, just sit down. The pain will come to you. Don't need to ask one. Life will give you pain as it is. Just chill, relax. And then, I go to the gym. I feel like a complete failure. Hey, I look like a failure. Okay, actually, I am a failure lah. Okay, and this gym, only God knows what is happening in the gym. Hey, imagine me, look at me. Can you imagine me being skinny? Yeah, I'm sparing you the details, don't bother. Okay, save your brain cells. You're probably thinking, this guy probably was born fat, right? Okay, yes, I was born almost 5 kg. Okay, but that is another story for another time. I will spare my mom. Okay, I was born fat and now I can't even remember the last time I was skinny. But this thing, who cares about being skinny, right? But if I don't go to the gym, I'm just gonna be fat. I'm gonna die faster than all of you here. And this, sorry, I'm losing it. Yeah, okay, so I go to the gym and I'm basically a failure. But what to do? I cannot just keep failing, right? I have to somehow cope with it. If not, I might as well just die. Right? Just let me be, I'll die, and the world will be a better place. So I found a way to cope, and it is sleep. Sleeping is good. You know, when you're asleep, you cannot fail. So just go to sleep lah. Hey, I know you all, right? You all like to make things complicated. It's like, oh, what if this? You know, actually, does she like me? Am I going to be good enough? Don't bother. Just go and sleep. Okay? Let the problem be a problem. You just take yourself out of the equation. And I slept. Okay, I slept so much that people know me as the sleeping beast. What? Nothing, what? Just beast only, what? I was happy. I was eating. I was sleeping. I was shitting. All these things, the things I love, I was doing it. And life was great. Hey, nothing complicated. Just chill lah. But then I grew so fat, my dad got worried. No, he freaked out. He's like, hey boy, you know at this rate, right, you're gonna die before me. I'm like, ayah, chill lah. I'm dead also, you don't know, right? No difference, right? Just let me die, please. But no, you know, he loved me so much. He go and sign me up for PT. Then he said, you're going next week. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Do I look like I can survive PT? Right now, you just want me to die, right? Just say, okay, I will die. I will be out of your life. Please, please, please don't put me through this. Just let me die. Hey, so I went PT. Because you know why? Pay already ma. When got people go to PT, then when got people pay things, then don't go, right? So I went, and then there's this weighing scale. Okay, I really hate weighing scales. Okay, it gives me a slap of reality. It's like you want to take my weight, you take lah, okay? Don't have to show me. I don't need to know. Okay, just let me be happy. But then this bloody weighing scale asked me for my fitness level, you know. Hello, what fitness level? You so damn fit, you go and... Okay, never mind. Ask me fitness level, okay. Then give me only 3 options. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. I'm like, hello, where is the non-existent option? That's all of us, okay? Non-existent fitness level. Okay, never mind. Step on it, okay, take. Then all this bunch of random shit starting coming out. Like BMI. Who the hell came out with these calculations? Damn free, is it? I bet you the skinniest guy over there is probably overweight because of his BMI. Okay, then got bone mass. Hey, hello, I'm thankful I have bones, okay? Don't need to tell me how heavy it is, how light it is. No need all this mass, all critical it seems somehow. Then, body fat percentage. Hey, hello. You want to call me fat? You just call me fat lah, okay? You don't need to beat around the bush. Just go straight to the point, please. At this point, you are not a weighing scale, okay? You are a fat shaming scale. So I went for the PT. Then 5 minutes in, I'm dead. It's like, who the hell pays for this shit? Why? You're very free, is it? Want to go and inflict pain on yourself? Then this trainer, I think he's a damn sadistic fellow, okay? I'm dying there, you know, trying to do whatever he's telling me to do. He's like, yeah, keep going, and he's smiling some more bloody shit. You think what? Very easy that you do yourself lah. Useless fella. No, then he adds some more. Body squats, body lunges. Hello, this fat fella, the only squat I know how to do is squatting in the toilet bowl. taking my nice time, having a shit of my life, but now here I am doing squats. Hey, so this is why the gym is so damn dumb. Okay, y'all please don't waste your money on this gym nonsense. Your problems are not going to go away. Just go and sleep. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Lost it all. Nothing lasts forever. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Now it's just you.
Oh man, the song stopped. That was my favorite song last time. Yeah. Wow, Waking, can feel your pain. Your pain really weighs down on me. Okay. No pun intended, for you to believe it. No. Okay, we'll have our next act in a while, okay, our very last act, before we proceed with the little talk as well, okay? But right now, why not we just share with one another our own experiences, since given what you heard from Shun and Waking, share with one another how are your experiences of life weighing down on you, or you feeling that you're falling behind in life, okay? And I'll come back very shortly. You guys ready to hear the final stand-up comic for the night? Woo! Okay, thanks for the mild cheer. Okay, our next comic, his name is Jajun. He'll be coming up, and he'll be sharing to us a very important question about life. Okay, I'll just leave it as that. Please welcome Wong Jajun.
Morning, everybody. So many important questions in life this morning, right? But I have a better one for you. One that captures everything that you've been discussing this morning. So listen up very carefully. Why did the chicken cross the road? You know, growing up as a Chinese school kid, I didn't get it, because I've never heard of this joke until I arrived at uni in Monash. Thank you, Monash, for introducing such a wonderful question to me. And the reason is very simple. It just doesn't ring well in Mandarin. 讲华语的，你们听一听啊。为什么那只鸡过马路呢？好笑吗？不好笑啊。But it was only when I arrived at Monash that one senior of mine just walks up to me one day and just asked me very seriously, Jajun, why did the chicken cross the road? Then for a moment I thought very long and hard, very seriously. So okay, it must be a reason. 为什么那只鸡过马路？因为有老虎。The chicken was running away from the lion. Tiger. Chinese school kid. But you know what he says? Wrong. You want to know what the answer is? Because your mama so fat. Pew, 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 pew. 不好笑咯。怎样好笑？为什么呢？自己过马路？因为我的妈妈很肥。你在欺负我是吗？But you know what? This question got me thinking. And over the next 10 years, I couldn't stop thinking about this question. And at the end of 10 years, I can say confidently and I can tell you that why did the chicken cross the road is more profound and insightful than we ever thought it was. So let me break it down to you into 3 points. 3 points. First point, the fact that we even ask why. It implies, if you think about it, it implies that the chicken had a purpose. How many of us can say the same for our lives, right? Judging from the nervous laughter, I think the chicken is better than a lot of us in this room. And same goes to me. For half of my 33 years life, I ran around like a headless chicken without a purpose until I found my proverbial chicken and I found my why and I crossed the road. So having a purpose, having a why is important for you to have a direction. Which brings me to my second point. Ever notice how this sentence is written with a definite article to it? 你们不知道什么是 definite article 是吗？ Let me show you. It says here, the chicken. Not a chicken, the chicken. The chicken. Which begs the question, who is the chicken? What is his story? There must be a backstory to this chicken that led it to cross the road. Think about it. If this chicken were Harry Potter, Harry Potter! Sorry, didn't work. But if this chicken were Harry Potter, that meant that Voldemort killed the chicken's parents. And it spent 17 years of its life just to cross the road and kill Voldemort. We all have our life stories, everybody. Who we are, what we've experienced in life, leads us to the decisions that we make. So did the chicken. Which brings me to my third and final point. The fact that the chicken even had the courage to cross the road. You know, knowing yourself and your backstory is one thing. Having a purpose is another thing. But to cross the road, have you guys seen Malaysian roads? It's a whole other ball game. Parents this morning, parents over here, would you allow your kids to cross the road by themselves? Not so the chicken. The chicken crossed the road all by itself. It must have, if you think about it, it must have taken the chicken lots of courage, determination, passion, planning, logistics, resources, just to successfully cross the road all by itself. If that's not remarkable to you, I don't know what is. Guys, I should have known the chicken earlier in my life. Because we all have roads to cross, right, in life. And if I met this chicken earlier, it would have spared me a lot of pain. Because back in high school, Mom left me when I was young. I was lacking in love, just like Marian. Just in a different way. So I went around pursuing girls. I needed some love. And there was this girl. I planned to confess to her. So one Valentine's Day, I made very nicely handcrafted flowers, all 77 of them. Very romantic, right? 77. I bought a bag for her. But when it came the time for me to confess to her and give her these gifts, she walked into the classroom. And there and then, I became a chicken. I didn't cross the road. The chicken crossed the road. We all need this chicken in our lives. We all need the chicken in our lives. Because the chicken knew itself, and it knew its purpose, and it knew where it's heading. And more than that, it had the courage to take the step to cross the road, and it ended up crossing the road. We all have our roads in life. Today we'll be thinking about whether we'll be crossing the road. So the question for all of you is, do you know where you're heading? Where is your road? What is your road? Who is your road? Why is your road? Because the chicken knew. The chicken knew. Do you know? I get what you're thinking. Maybe some of you might still be wondering, like, Jajun, what reason could there be for the chicken to cross the road? I tell you, I've been thinking long and hard for 10 years. And I've been looking back to what the chicken has been trying to tell us all along. And if you just listen very carefully to what it has to say, then you know why the chicken crossed the road. Listen, huh? Still don't get it right. The chicken knew to cross the road because it saw the and decided to cross the road to get to the Get it? Thanks, guys. You've been great.
I'd like to apologize to the people who chose roasted chicken in the morning. For I was unaware of how much you could benefit from a chicken. Now, in the spirit of getting life by getting God, I'll now invite Joel to come up to read a passage in the Bible from Leviticus chapter 26 to us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joel. I'll be reading a passage from the Bible taken from the book of Leviticus to help us think about where we're heading in life. It's the same passage that's also printed in the sheets on your table. All right, let me read from the top. You shall not make idols for yourselves, nor erect an image or pillar, and you shall not set up a figured stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. Your threshing shall last to the time of the grape harvest, and the grape harvest shall last to the time for sowing, and you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land securely. I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove harmful beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall chase 10,000, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. I will turn to you and make you fruitful and multiply you, and will confirm my covenant with you. You shall eat old store long kept, and you shall clear out the old to make way for the new. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. And I have broken the bars of your yoke, and made you walk erect. But if you will not listen to me, and will not do all these commandments, if you spurn my statutes, and if your soul abhors my rules, so that you will not do all my commandments, but break my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will visit you with panic, with wasting disease and fever that consume the eyes and make the heart ache. and you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. I will set my face against you, and you shall be struck down before your enemies. Those who hate you shall rule over you, and you shall flee when none pursues you. And if in spite of this you will not listen to me, then I will discipline you again sevenfold for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heavens like iron and your earth like bronze. And your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land shall not yield its increase, and the trees of the land shall not yield their fruit. Then if you walk contrary to me and will not listen to me, I will continue striking you sevenfold for your sins. And I will let loose the wild beasts against you, which shall bereave you of your children and destroy your livestock and make you few in number, so that your roads shall be deserted. And if by this discipline you are not turned to me, but walk contrary to me, then I also will walk contrary to you, and I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall execute vengeance for the covenant. And if you gather within your cities, I will send pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. When I break your supply of bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in a single oven, and shall dole out your bread again by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. But if in spite of this you will not listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you in fury, and I myself will discipline you sevenfold for your sins. You shall eat the flesh of your sons, and you shall eat the flesh of your daughters. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and cast your dead bodies upon the dead bodies of your idols, and my soul will abhor you. And I will lay waste your cities. I will lay your cities waste, and will make your sanctuaries desolate. And I will not smell your pleasing aromas. And I myself will devastate the land, so that your enemies who settle in it shall be appalled at it. And I will scatter you among the nations, and I will unsheath the sword after you, and your land shall be a desolation, and your cities shall be a waste. We will now, I will have Ruben up again. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Our speaker, Jerome, will be up very soon. At the moment, you can, if you want to get up, go to the toilet, stretch a bit, walk about, and then do it quickly because Jerome, right, will be here very soon. You can do that, and at the same time, discuss with one another. Do you know where your life is heading to? Yeah. All right, guys, our speaker, Jerome, is here. And to get a better view and better experience of the talk that Jerome is going to give, you could shift your chairs to face the front and also just slowly make your way back to your seats as well. Yeah? Cool.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hope I can get your attention. I do want to make a start because I do have some important things to say, and I do want to give you enough time to have conversations afterwards. Okay, so I apologize for cutting in your conversation, but hopefully after this, you will have more time to talk and discuss. Today, we saw a variety of comics sharing their various experiences in life. Life is full of wonder, isn't it? Full of complexity and different things, from Indian guys to fat guys to all sorts of the balding guys and shoppy guys. Keishun is very interesting. I learned so much about him today. I've also learned that Jajun is a very profound person, or he's just very free. You know, the fact that he could make so much out of that question, why did the chicken cross the road? Who would have thought you could learn so much about life from that? We got a more important question to think about. Where is my life heading? And I mean, if you think about it, if you can squeeze that much out of the chicken question, I'm sure we can squeeze a lot more out of this question. Okay, and that's what we'll be doing this morning. Perhaps it's been a while since you thought about this topic. You've been very busy. I know that in this morning, this Geddit, many of you are working adults. And sometimes, it's just not enough time, or we're just too distracted to think about this question. Because I was going to give this talk, I thought to myself, maybe I should do some reflection too. And so I took a step back and started thinking about my own life and where is my life heading. I'm not going to give a comic routine, okay? Like make jokes about millennials or whatever. But I am 35 years old, okay? Now, what does that mean? How is that significant? Statistically speaking, I have lived half my life already. I know, midlife crisis happens in your 40s, happens in your 50s, because apparently that's the most depressing decade of your life, okay? But statistically speaking, an average male Malaysian lives to about 76, 78 years old. If you live in Singapore, you can live up to 82, okay? So if you want a few additional years of your life, go south for a while. But quality of life, right? Do you even have enough Sing dollars to sustain your life there? 76 years old. Man, I'm 35. Those of you who are older, did I scare you this morning? Are you wondering, oh my goodness, So mid-30s is really midlife in some sense, especially if you definitely hit around 40. Any of you feel like you don't have a lot of time left? Or you feel like, I still got a lot of time. Hey, you're such a young man, okay? It has got additional 10 years more than me. But as I thought about this topic, and since I was young, I've already had this strong sense of, I need to make my life count for something. And as I'm getting older, this urgency of being sure and being clear of the value of my life and where it's going, it's all the more important, okay? So even, this table full of young people, youths and all that, this is something that you guys should think about, because as some older people will tell you, if you don't prepare in your teens, you kind of set your life up for your 20s and your 30s. So if you can start younger, start younger. Some of us are more future-oriented, some of us are more present-oriented. Generally speaking, okay, for almost everybody, we work hard for decades, so that we could save up our money and enjoy the final decades of our lives with relative ease and comfort. I say relative because it depends on your net worth, okay? And it depends how much money you make. But generally, we are all trying to roughly aim for that relatively comfortable life. So I Googled retired Asian man enjoying life, and Google gave me a hilariously Gen Z image of an old dude. Okay? I can't imagine my grandfather doing this. Can you imagine your grandfather doing this? This is definitely me as a grandfather one day. You know, although he's not using Bluetooth, he should use Bluetooth. Okay? You know, with me listening to my jams, petting on my chihuahua. You know, is this how you imagine your life, with this peacefulness? Look at that image of restfulness and peace and just this little cute dog just kind of enjoying life. Or perhaps you envision life with a partner to enjoy life with. So here's this millennial. You know, in the past, people go for cruises, you know, they go to Japan, travel the world. But I think our generation, once we get old, right, we'll play like, you know, FIFA for 2046 or something. And then our wives are like, yes, goal! You know, she also enjoying phone games together. Okay? Do you imagine yourself doing that? Sitting next to your spouse that you've been married for 20 years, 30 years, enjoying a simple phone game on a Sunday morning instead of like attending some Geddit thing, right? Just having fun, relax. Or maybe spending time with your children and grandchildren. Isn't this sweet? You know, grandparents, they always want to spend time with us because it can help with their loneliness. When you get older, you know, a lot of people around you start dying. So my parents, I've started noticing they attend a lot of funerals lately. You know, it correlates with just kind of how life works. You know, they're in their 60s. You know, their grandparents all dead, friends dying and all that. So you start to really feel how life is getting a bit darker, a bit colder. And so they want to spend time with family a bit more, the younger generation. And research has shown, by the way, that good relationships keep us healthier and happier more than money. So more important than money is actually having children and grandchildren, having relationships. Researchers at Harvard conducted an 85-year study. So this is a multi-generational study where they followed the lives of 724 men from Harvard. And they've concluded that men who were more socially connected to their family, to their friends, to their community, they lived longer, they had better health, and they were happier. So is this where your life is headed? Is this what you're preparing for? Time doesn't stop for you, right? It will just keep going. Will you have that when you're old, in your 70s? Now, those of us with imperfect families, difficult backgrounds, we know that actually to have something like that, could you put the picture up, is actually very blessed. I mean, you're a very blessed old person if you could have something like this. Quite prosperous, you would say, right? Do you know how long and how hard you would have to work to achieve something like this? Let's presume that you are like most people, okay? You didn't grow up in a wealthy family, you're maybe middle class, slightly above average, but you still have to work hard throughout your whole life. So how long and how hard would you have to work to achieve something like this? Those of you know what EPF is, EPF, Employee Provident Fund, is you set aside money so that it compounds, grows interest, and then once you're old, you can live off that cash, okay? They have a benchmark, and it says that when you're age 55, you at least need 240,000 ringgit. Now, I personally think that that's really low, because that assumes that you can live off 1,000 ringgit for the next 20 years of your life. How many of you already live off more than 1,000 ringgit? I bet you even the young, the youth, yeah. See, Clarence, you're 15, bro. Okay? How did you do that? I mean, live off 1,000 ringgit, okay? Actually, you're more expensive than that, you know? You don't know how much more your parents are paying for you for all sorts of stuff, okay? So definitely, it's more than 240,000. I think when you're old, considering inflation, lifestyle choices, blah, 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 living in KL, you might want at least 5K a month, yes? Conservative, roughly, safe, 5K a month. Do you know how much you need to make by the age of 55? At least 1.2 million. Okay? So I feel like, so much money. So is that where your life is headed? At least 1.2 million to save up. 5K a month for the next 20 years of your life, up to 75, assuming that you die by then. Okay? Now, by the way, it's totally doable, actually. It is totally doable. So at some point, all of you will be millionaires. That is if you're disciplined. That is if nothing bad happens in your life. That is if you save up money. And that is if you're frugal. When it's all the ifs. And you gotta do that for 30 years, man. 30, 40 years. okay? To save up all that money, put it in the EPF, because you don't know much about investing, but at least 5 to 6% every year. So you got to work hard, work long for the better part of your life. Use up all that young energy you have so that when you're an old uncle, some comfort, some peace of mind when you're old. Oh, and by the way, besides working, don't forget to get married. Okay? And don't forget to have children, because like I said, relationships, what makes you happy. And don't just have one kid, because it's pretty sad for your kid, because it took 2 parents to care for 1 child. Imagine 1 child caring for, not fair for him, right? So, you should at least have 4. Right? 2 kids to a parent. Just like how it works with a parent with a child. So have a lot of kids along the way. And make sure you exercise as well, like Wei Kin. Because, you can't really enjoy life if you have to go hospital checkups all the time, if you're sick all the time. They say that you need health and wealth. That's why Chinese New Year, prosperity, all that. Chinese people really get it, really practical people. We're just thinking, want to enjoy life, have a good, peaceful life, health, wealth, nothing else, okay? Start from there. And that's why many of us have Chinese parents who just really work really hard, make lots of money. But actually, those of us with Chinese parents who are like that, we realize also, but Appa, more important than your money is relationship. Right? Those of us with older parents, they are not so relational, okay? Now there might be an overreaction from millennials. It's all about relationship. But Pa, where's my inheritance? Why is there no money on our family? Papa's been loving you this whole time, no time for make money. So hard, Then Gen Z is thinking, no, I need money and relationships. I need everything. That's why there's a lot of young people, by the way, who just want to enjoy life now. This traditional approach, so to speak, of only having a peaceful and wonderful life at an old age, it's kind of, firstly, very long, very far away. We want to travel now, correct? We want to eat good food now. Go cafe hopping now. Spend time with friends now. Not be stuck to some Malaysian 9 to 5 actually in my script, but actually it's more like 9 to 9, right? 9 to 9 job for the next 30 years. OMG, who wants to wait for 30 years before I enjoy my life, And you know what? Personally, I get it. Life is short. You see how your parents, your grandparents, they work so hard. They save every single penny, every cent. And then they enjoy a bit of freedom after the retirement. But you look at them also cannot really enjoy because old already. Not enough energy, But as a young man, you want to enjoy life. Go surfing. Can you go surfing when you're 60? Unless you go to the gym like Wei Kin, maybe not. Very dangerous. Unless you do stretching exercises every day. But you're all tight already. All ketat already, okay? So, I still remember my tuition teacher telling me, he's a very wealthy man, very accomplished man. And he said, you all must study hard, okay? Work hard, so that one day you can be like me. Depends what we were looking like when we look at him, He's an older gentleman, he makes a lot of money, 601 student. This was about 15 years ago, 601 student, okay? And the class of 30, and this is one class. So he's wealthy. But many of us, even then, were thinking, wow, wait until I look like that, I'm that old only to enjoy life. That's why now the new generation has a new mindset. Why wait until I'm old to enjoy life? Enjoy life now. But you see, you need money, right? So whose money are you using? Anyway, something for you to think about. Okay? Social media has played a big part in promoting this. We start to see a lot of young people around my age, by my age I mean like 30s or even early 40s. They travel the world. They quit their jobs. Have you seen those videos? They're in Bali, right? They're American, then they work in Bali, or some Penang cafe, Yeah, I work remotely my whole life, Yeah, I can go to the beach, drink my mocktails with my Thai girlfriend, and I make $10,000 a month. Wow, so good, huh? It looks like a dream, right? So now it's very popular. Everybody wants to be FIRE. Financially independent, retire early. Okay? FIRE. That's the new buzzword now. While it sounds great on the surface, but actually if you think about it, it can be quite dangerous to this kind of lifestyle. Not everybody can pull it off. Firstly, you have to be smart. You got to have a good job. You got to start a business or have some skill that can earn a high income. And if you want to secure your future, you need to learn how to do investment. You got to stay out of debt. You got to build some assets. Because you can't travel in Bali for 50 years, right? At some point, you need to settle down somewhere, right? Unless you have a Balinese girlfriend and start a Balinese family and all that, okay? So not everyone can do this. So many young people are quite frustrated because they look at Instagram, they see, wow, so exciting. But then they look at themselves in their mirror, wow, marketing, sales, HR job, go PJ, go to my office, see my boss, go Sunway. Not so exciting. Sell insurance, make commission. Boring. I want to go to Bali and Penang and surf and work at the same time. You see, I'm hoping I'm tapping into something that all of you are thinking about. Because at the very least, what are you going to do with your life right now? Even if, let's say, you don't know your chicken story, as in, the chicken having more purpose. So what is the purpose in life? Even if you don't know the answer to that question yet, you still have to make money, right? You still have to grow your EPF, right? You still have to figure out what to do with your future. Because time doesn't stop. Life is actually dragging you along, and sometimes you wonder, where is it all going? And really, is this the best that life can offer? Is that all there is to life? And I didn't even really talk about the negative parts yet. I roughly hinted at it. One day you have to bury your wife, or one day your wife has to bury you. One day your children have to... This doesn't last as well. So is life really that sad and pathetic? We live for 70 years, then we just die, and everything goes to nothing. So what's the point? What's the point? Is it really just about making ourselves feel happy? Is that all there is to it? And that is why this current generation is all about emotions, feelings, just feel happy, because there's so much complexity and difficulty and uncertainty in life. Even in Christian circles, it's very popular to hear Christian preachers like myself promise God's blessing to people. Because you see, everybody wants a good life. And we know that there is a certain element in life where you can't control it. You need some luck or some magic factor, or maybe some God, okay, who will just do you a favor and give you a certain advantage in life. Because you know that sometimes, no matter how hard you work, you need the heavens to be on your side at times, okay? So they go to preachers like me or myself, go to church or wherever, and they think that maybe believing in God will lead to more blessings in life. So when you read the passage just now in front of you, Leviticus 26, the one you just read, is that what we're seeing? So if you look at Leviticus 6, verse 3 to 11, if you do some things that make this God happy, then He will make your life blessed and wonderful. Look at the things that God promised His people, the ancient Israelites. He promised them abundant harvests. The land shall yield its increase. Productivity, people. Where your land is actually productive. Instead of giving you 6% every year, it gives you a CAGR of like 13 to 15%. Hoo-yo! Next level, man. Then you eat your bread to the full. You dwell in your land securely. Us Chinese people, our parents left China, or maybe even our Indian friends, right? So that they can give us better security. Eat your bread to the full. Boy, please eat some more. Please eat, please eat. And then even in our Chinese, we say hello. What do we say? Can you do it for me? I can't really do my Chinese properly. You know how instead of saying hello, you say you eat already? Yeah, you eat it. 吃饱了没有? Right? Something like that, right? You all say that. 吃饱了, whatever say that, okay? So like, wow, yeah. Then you dwell in your land securely. Security. Don't have to worry about anything. There'll be peace in the land. Look at that, man. Not like, imagine living in Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Gaza, Palestine, all that stuff. Having peace. We're just so afraid of war. We don't want war. It's bad for business. And then we have victory over our enemies. If people attack us, we'll win. And population growth. Now, those of you who know anything about things that are going on in the world, especially in the first world countries like China, Japan, South Korea. Apparently, South Korea has a really massive population crisis and all that. USA, even the Chinese people in Malaysia. What's the percentage now? What's the birth rate? 1.7, right? What is? 0.7. It's so weird, What is that? That's like giving birth to a child without his arms. Or without his legs, 0.7. 0.7, people. Not even one. But to have a large family, strong and numerous, so many people to look out for one another, to love each other. Of course, assuming your family is not terrible, okay? What a wonderful family that would be. And then, of course, the greatest blessing of all, God says, I am forever with you. This God who gives you blessing, wow, He never leaves. Isn't that amazing? You know that actually the heavens are on your side. This God actually favors you. So protection, productivity, things that are so essential to the flourishing of society, we want that. And many of us are working hard. Our parents send us to Monash, to Sunway, to Taylor's, to IMU or wherever, so that we get a good degree, so that we can have a job and have this better life, as we think. And that's why we need government that will function well. We don't want corrupt governments. And we want to make good plans for our families. And so we try our best. But at the same time, we think, we know there are many things in life that you cannot control. So we need this, people in business, they always use this word, luck. You know, luck. Because you know, right, certain businessmen, they work very hard. They make investments. But they make investment before the market boom. Wow. They meet this particular mentor who has a lot of connections, give a massive, incredible life advice. Wow, then their life changed, you know. And then they meet this person that offers a job unexpectedly. Wow, lucky. Lucky, right? That's what they would say. That's why sometimes people say, don't look at very, very successful people like Jeff Bezos. Because on one level, sure, he worked very hard, he's very smart. But on another level, you cannot reproduce what he experienced. If that would be the case, how many billionaires would there be in the world? So many, I tell you. Okay? So some people, they have this added advantage. So what do you need in life? You need heaven's blessings. Okay? You need luck. Okay? So usually the moral of the story for a lot of these stories is, all the best to you. You know? Hopefully the gods favor you. May you be lucky as well. 恭喜发财. Okay? So many people turn to God because they're hoping for a lucky break. If God is on your side, man, wouldn't that be nice? This leads, of course, to the question of how can one get God's attention to give you some blessing in life? What must I do? You know, so that's why some people, they want to become Christian, they follow this Christian God because it's quite a practical decision if you think about it. Right? It's not about being religious or whatever, or, you know, like what Karl Marx say, religion is the opiate of the masses. When I was younger, I used to think that way, where only weak people need religion because life is too difficult, too much suffering. So what do you need? You need some hope, okay? So, you know, like certain family members of mine, they look at me sometimes like I'm some pathetic loser because I'm apparently so religious, right? Because he is self-made man. He doesn't need God. Successful already. Only weak people like you need God, correct? Well, not entirely, okay? Because now I think that if you want to be a religious person, and a lot of people do this, they do it for very practical reasons. A few years ago, about maybe now 2-3 years ago, I was in Sunway Pyramid. I saw this uncle reading the Bible. I can describe to you the store, but I worry that after this, you all will go and visit him and ask him questions. The store is a very obvious one. It's very near the ice ring. You know the ice ring in Sunway Pyramid? Okay, there's one particular specialty store there, okay? So I saw the uncle reading the Bible. I went up to him and asked him questions. Oh, uncle, you're Christian, huh? You know, tell me about your story, how you became a Christian. And he said to me, and I'm sad to say that this is one of the worst testimonies I've heard in my life, because, look, once you hear the story, you know why, okay? So his friend brought him and his wife to church. The pastor came up on stage, said, if you believe in Jesus, he will bless you, okay? So then the husband go and ask the wife, hey, dear, you wanna? Then the wife said, not bad, I think so, you wanna? You want, I want? Okay, we go. Then they went, please bring us to the front. You know, so the friend took them to the front, and then they did the whole religious thing, they accepted Jesus, okay? And then this is his punchline. So, right, he's a young man. After I believe in this Jesus God, he blessed me with 4 kids. I was like, that's the punchline. Wow, that's the key, right? That's the key. So believe in this God, and suddenly, because they had infertility problems, they couldn't conceive, they couldn't have babies, and so after they believe in Jesus, now is it possible? Most definitely, of course, right? I know my God, my Lord, can bless people with infertility problems. But is that the point? That's my point. Is that the point? Do we believe in God for this very practical reason? And you know, those of you who are a bit more religious, I don't know your story, your background, but I do know, like on the way here from wherever you are, you would have driven along PGS 7, correct? And you saw a temple along the way. And sometimes I'm quite fascinated, especially as a younger man, with the Hindu temples, and I see the carvings of all these gods. And I thought to myself, if I was a Hindu, I'd be quite afraid of my little gods because they look quite scary, and I wouldn't want to piss them off in any way. So I can see why my father or my mother would make offerings to not piss off this god, because it wouldn't be good, okay? Seeing how scary this god is would be, if he is not for me, man, it would be very scary, The Jesus God, look at him. He's stuck there on a cross, Yeah, so if that's stuck in your imagery, because he just loved me, that's the imagery in Christianity. But actually, it's a lot more than that, okay? So I can get it. I understand why. How we want to make offerings to God so that we gain the favor of the gods. So it's really practical if you think about it. Now, those of you who are a bit more religious, are you religious in this way? You're actually a practical person. You already kind of know that where you want to aim for is that family life, that happy life, that peaceful life. You're worried about money. You want comfort. You want relationships. You want that blessed life. For a very practical person, you would just do what you need to do, right, to get that life. Even if you have to believe in a cat, I'm sure you would believe in that cat to get whatever you need. This is a very famous cat. I see it everywhere now. No, I understand business is hard, Those of you who do business, it's very hard, right? So every time I look at the business owner, I look at the cat, I sympathize, I understand. Life is hard, You would do anything to get customers into, I visit Geo Avenue very often. I've seen so many restaurants close in Geo Avenue. Also got the cat. The cat doesn't work, I tell you. Okay? Or the cat is very discriminatory, he only favors some. I never really noticed this cat until my 1-year-old son. He kept pointing at the cashier and he kept saying, meow, meow, meow. Then I look, oh yeah, cute, cute, cute. Now the thing is, we went from shop to shop and he kept doing that. That's when I started to realize, man, this cat is everywhere. A lot of people are having the same mentality or the same belief, the same superstition, so I had to Google it. And I found out that this is a Japanese cat, by the way. Right, the Maneki Neko cat. And its hand is like that, not because it's saying hi, 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 hi. It's gesturing goodwill or good luck. So it's inviting customers, inviting wealth. So you see, people can be really practical, okay? So even as I talk to you about God today, where is my life heading? And I say, and I will say, God intends to bless his people. And you've read it in that passage just now. Of course, it's more complicated than that. It's more complex than that. But my concern is, as you're listening to this, you're thinking of God as a utility, as an add-on to your life, as a function to really get what you want. So you're really thinking, should I make a decision to believe in God only because he helps me, he gives me blessing, only if he gives me what I want? And that is why many religious people were or purveyors of religion, okay? Many purveyors of religion, speakers and all that, we try to sell you this God so that you would, join the church or join the temple or whatever, and then, we all make money together, and the promise is God will help you fulfill your dreams. Now, I'm not going to do that for you, okay? I'm not going to sell you a God. I'm not going to sell you religion. I'm going to try my best to show you where this world is going because of where God is taking it, and how God is personally very invested with his people that he is working on to change them. And the blessing that God gives his people is more than just material wealth, family relationships, but the blessing of knowing God and having the fullness of life with him. So really, like how the research of Harvard says that the most important thing in your life is relationships with your family, with your friends and all that. But more than family and friends, it's relationship with God. Okay? So I hope you can hear me out today and you can see that. I'm still waiting to talk to my friend whom I spoke to about 15 years ago. I spoke to her about some of these things. And we talk about hell. So maybe, where is my life heading? Maybe you think that I'll tell you, you should believe in God so you can go to heaven, so you can avoid hell. You don't want to burn forever for all eternity. Right? By the way, that's a great reason to just believe in God. There are obviously more reasons than that, but if you want to start there, Why do you want to be punished forever by this great and awesome God? But it's just not like that, okay? But she told me that, Jerome, I'm still too young to worry about these things. I'll worry about my afterlife issues when I'm 40 plus. Okay? I'm 35. So in 5 years' time, I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to make a phone call to one very specific person that I've been waiting to call for the past 15 years. Okay? I'm going to call her, and the first thing I'll say is, hey, you're still alive, huh? Oh, praise God, man. You should thank God, you're still alive, because you were testing him, right? You said you wait 20 years. Wow, he actually gave you 20 years. Secondly, remember the conversation we had 20 years ago? No, you don't remember? Okay. Never mind, let me remind you. You said you will only start thinking about your afterlife issues now when you're 40. You're 40 already. Huh? Your birthday not yet? Okay, but never mind. During your birthday, I'll talk to you also, okay? Let's just have this conversation. Let's take off where we left off 20 years ago. Because you have 20 fewer years now, okay, before the final day comes. So, where our life is headed, we all know the end, really. It's death. But actually, there's more than that. It's life after death. There's heaven and hell, of which we know it's true because God has already been talking about these things for thousands of years, which I hope to show you right now. The God of the Bible is no small God, like some maneki neko cat. The problem with many of us is that we have a very small view of God. And we like that. We like a God who is more manageable. A God who demands too much is too big. He's too demanding. And so we like our smaller gods. We like gods who are more relevant to us if they give us what we want. But look at this passage that you just read, Leviticus 26 verse 1. The first thing that God tells them is, don't make an idol out of me. Don't make an idol out of me. Friends, if any of you are worshipping idols, I hope you can see and consider this God, okay? Since you already say you believe in the gods, well, consider this God who gets offended when people make idols of him. Now, why? Why? It's because he does not want them to reduce him to something less than what he actually is. He is not someone that you can easily manipulate with some offerings. He is not a vendor where you give him something, he gives you something back in return. You see, this God that we're talking about is a person, a mighty being, and a very, very profound being. Sometimes the problem with many of us is that we talk about God as if it's just a concept, or he's just, that guy that you do business with. But that's not God. These blessings that God promised to his people, the ancient people of Israel, is ever ready for them if they truly understand who they are, what he's done for them, how they are different right now because of who God is to them. They are very, very special because they know the God of the universe. The God of the universe revealed to them, himself to them, so that they can see how he is much more than what they think. So instead of treating him like some utility or treating him as like some add-on, God actually tells them, make me the priority of your life. You understand? If this is, for some of us, the biggest, and not in terms of size, okay, but the biggest people in our life are our parents, especially when we're young. Your father has this foreboding figure, he's like everything, he's like a god to you. But as you got older, you felt like maybe you can be your own god, or maybe your boss, or somebody in life, okay? But somehow, when it comes to God, he's always so small, isn't he? Well, that's because you have yet to know the one true God, the God of the Bible. He is actually much bigger than your mother, your father, your boss, or whoever, yourself. And so if he is so big, so grand, so majestic, so holy, so glorious, it makes complete sense if he says, I should be the priority of your life because I gave you life. I made this world. And if you recognize me for who I really am, then you are truly being the person that I made you to be. That's when you can have a fullness of life with God. And for the ancient people of Israel, God communicated this priority to them by telling them this command in verse 2. I know it's a little bit unusual for you, but I'll explain it soon. He says to them, you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. You know how when you have a special relationship with somebody, you meet them at special times? Those of you with girlfriends, you want to meet her, right? Because you're all very busy, you got school or work or whatever. Once a week at the Japanese restaurant nearby, okay? Doesn't have to be some fancy restaurant. Or the coffee shop nearby, PJS 7 or whatever. Some of you are laughing. That's the story of life, is it? You get to meet her once a week, okay? Last time I tried to keep it special, I used to drive a Kambara. You know what a Kambara is or not? No more already, okay? It's the car open back door one. So I'll drive to my wife's auntie's house. She was staying here in Malaysia. My wife is not from Malaysia. So I'll drive there, I'll open the door, and I'll have Hokkien mee there and 2 Carlsberg. And that will be our special meeting place. Under the starry nights, we have picnic in my Kambara car. Okay? So special time, special place, once in a while. So just like how you have a special time and place to meet someone you really love, God gave them a special time, a special place. The special time is called the Sabbath. The special place is called His sanctuary. So once a week, they don't have to worry about work. God actually tells them, don't work on that day. The Sabbath is a special time for the people of Israel to set apart their time to worship God, to actually go to this sanctuary. This imagery here of a tent. It's a way of God reminding His ancient people how they actually have a real and living relationship with God. He is there with them. If they are to have success from their work, it's because God, who controls the world, has blessed them. You see, so it's not just pure hard work. But that's not the only reason. The other reason is, as we see in this particular verse, God tells them to keep the Sabbath because it reminds them of their past and their present state. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore, God commanded you to keep the Sabbath. So they must spend this special time to think about God because it reminds them about their horrible past and the wonderful present and future that they have with God. So that's why they must keep this time special to remember about this reality, this relationship that they now have as God's redeemed people. So over and over again, God will remind them of their story. He would say, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Okay, I brought you out of the land. Leviticus 25, verse 38. We're talking about an ancient people here, guys. And, you know, they are so privileged because out of all the peoples of the world, God actually did something for them. Okay, I mean, directly, specifically in the world. He didn't choose China, He didn't choose India, He didn't choose America, Russia. He chose the ancient Israelites. These Israelites that we're talking about were once slaves under Pharaoh, king of Egypt. He's a very oppressive king, you know. He basically made them work all day. So if, let's say, you're teleported back in time, you would interview them, an ancient Israelite. So where do you think your life is headed? I can bet you the Israelite can do a fantastic comic routine, man. Where my life is headed. Tomorrow is brick making. The day after is brick making. And then 20 years' time, guess what I'll be doing? Brick making. Look at my sad life, right? So they basically just suffered their whole life. Pharaoh just works them to death. There's really nothing much else to look forward to. Just work until you die. Okay? That's why all of us really wants to work and then retire. Just make enough money. Oh, Papa, just give me my inheritance right now, okay? Give me my 1 million ringgit right now, please. I hate my life, I hate my job, okay? I put it in investment, live off the dividends. But God intervened. He destroyed Pharaoh. He destroyed the Egyptian army, brought them out. You see, so when God did this, He gave these people a new life, okay? And He's going to give them more than that. He's going to give them such an important role in the history of humanity. This is a very famous story called the Exodus, which you can read about in the Bible. God actually made a promise to their ancestors long time ago that from their family He will save the world, you know. So think about the power of God and how He was going to change the world. Even right now, our futures are affected by this work that God did many, many years ago, thousands of years ago. That was the beginning of God's, what we call, redemptive plan to save the world. So for the people of Israel, the Sabbath was really special because they are meant to remember what God had done for them. Once they were people whose lives are going nowhere, but now they have a glorious future and destiny to change the world. You think about it? So in Leviticus 25 verse 38, God says to them, I brought you out to give you the land of Canaan. Okay? So he didn't bring them out and bring them nowhere. He brought them out to bring them somewhere. You see, they have a direction. They have a goal. Where is their life heading? Well, for them, it's expressed in the language of Canaan land. And the idea of this land of Canaan, which is what we call the promised land, okay, have a look at this map. Okay, so real estate is very important, you know. That green part of this map is what God promised to give them, the promised land. I think, especially those of us who are older and we have children and we have families to look after, we understand the importance of real estate, correct? Or even some of you who are in your early 20s or whatever, you want to buy property, or you're always thinking of a particular nation or place where you can build your family's life, correct? That's how many of us see countries like Singapore. They literally cross the sea to the other side, to the blessed land. You know, Johor is like Malaysia, right? Egypt, okay, Johor is Egypt, okay? Then there's a sea separating Singapore and Malaysia. They cross the sea to salvation, Singapore, okay? Wow, really? Some of you are like, no, Malaysia boleh. Okay lah, up to you lah, boleh lah, okay? Singapore is the best, you know? But others of us, we want to go further the seas, okay? Further than the straits. We want to go to the famous land called, start with A one. See, I don't have to say anything, okay? Got mini Malaysia already. You go Australia, got Malaysia. It's called Melbourne, okay? But actually it's Malaysian, okay? It's Malaysian, okay? Australia. Or we go even further, America. But some of you thinking twice about America already, like America, you know, Donald Trump, all that stuff there, who knows what's going on. Or the UK. But you see, this concept of looking for a place to build your life is something that everybody understands, isn't it? We look at these countries, we hear their names, and we think that, you know what, that's a better place for me and my family. So Malaysia itself is an exodus, okay? Exodus of people looking for a better life. Our own versions of the promised land. We want to be set free from, so to speak, a corrupt system, okay, from our own Pharaoh or whatever you think about him, and reach our financial freedom faster. Now you see, God is not stupid about these things, so don't think that God doesn't understand what humanity needs. If God really wants to bless the whole world, give them life, He needs to change nations, you understand? He needs to change the world, basically, so that the economy can change, so that the world can function differently, so that not just a certain group of people will be blessed, but everybody can be blessed as well. He knows these things. God made the world. He understands the place, that we need a place for life to flourish. But you see, God tells them that the land itself was not the point. Because if you look at that same verse again, Leviticus 25, verse 38, look at that final phrase. And that's the point. He took them out of Egypt, gave them the prospect of life in another place where they will be blessed, but only if He is their God, to be your God. You see, the reason why God did everything He did, why He gives them this life, is because He wants to dwell with them, as He says in that passage that you have in front of you, Leviticus 26. Look at the list of blessings. You know, you would think that productivity is the greatest blessing, security is the greatest blessing, having your stomachs full is the greatest blessing. But the greatest blessing is to have God. Look at that, where God actually lives among you. Some of us don't like that. Well, maybe because we don't appreciate God yet. We don't understand who He is. But if you know that He is the Creator who gave you life, and that you cannot exist without Him, wouldn't you want God to be among you? Okay? And of course, there are other questions, whether or not whether it's safe for you to be there with Him because He is holy and you're not. But this is God's goal for them. I will make my dwelling among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. I will walk among you and will be your God, and you shall be my people. Now I'm showing this verse so that you know where God is heading. I know we're asking all the individual questions. Where is my life heading? But shouldn't we ask, where is God heading and what He's doing? This is where He's heading. He's heading towards His people. He's bringing His people to Him. He wants to restore the world, beginning with a new people. And that's why, for the ancient Israelites, God gave them this tent-like structure. This is a replica, of course, it's not real. Okay? There are many like it. When you all look at this, I think some of you are living in condos or semi-D houses that look nicer than this, correct? If you build a temple for God, will you build a temple like that? No, right? You want to build a big palace, a place with a lot of gold. Actually, there's a lot of gold inside. But you really want to make it very big and grand because it's for God. But you see how the whole point about this house is not about the house, because there's no temple on earth that can really house the presence of God. One reason why I don't worship idols or don't follow idols is because these gods are so small. They don't really have true power to rule the universe. Whereas this God, he doesn't actually need a temple, but he tells them to have one to symbolize his presence, to show them what it would take for them to come to him. The temple is just a symbol. But that's precisely the point, because he is showing them with this physical structure that this is where they're supposed to go. Okay? Not to be ritualistic, just keep going there. But the point is, listen to God. Follow God. Reach your journey's end. For them, they have many opportunities to visit this temple structure every single day until they finally arrive at their ultimate destiny. So the land, the Sabbath, the sanctuaries, all of these are different expressions of this same plan and this same purpose of God to bring a people back to him. You know, the greatest blessing is that God actually took notice of these people, that he has chosen them and that he has promised them that they will be the special people out of all the peoples of the world. Don't you think it's a blessed thing to be chosen by the Creator, to hear words of promise by him? And actually you can hear these things. You can actually know these things. And so God told them that they will be his treasured possession, a kingdom of priests, a holy nation. They are going to be his representatives in the world. Okay, so I know in this hall, some of you already know God. And look at that, man. You're supposed to be his representatives in the world. And some of you who don't know this God, please speak to those who know this God and understand what his goal is for all of us. In the future, when God comes back, because he will, he's going to fix this whole world. Okay? And then what he wants is that people whom he's been saving throughout all the years to worship him, to love him, and he will bless them with the fullness of life. All those who want to stay, don't want to be part of this, well, he will punish all of them. He will remove them. Because God's goal is actually to give life. Those who want life, those who know him, those who see him for who he is, he will give them life. So what God promised these ancient people is the beginning of this worldwide plan. He's teaching us. He's teaching us what we really need to focus on in life. What life is really all about through all that he's doing. So in a world where people constantly refuse God, it is incredibly gracious of God to reveal himself, to teach us when we are so hard of hearing. That is why it's quite remarkable, if you think about it, that many of us are still alive, that we can still breathe, that we can still have the nice food that we have. Because if you think about it, do we deserve any of the things that we have? Since we already refuse God, and God is the one who gave us all of these things. You know, Jesus says, as he talks about the sunshine, that when the sun shines on us, he does so on both the evil and the good. When the rains fall down, both the just and the unjust benefit from it. You see? When you woke up this morning, do you thank God for the sunshine? Yeah, it's shining. Or later when it rains, will you thank God? Thank you for the rain. I don't deserve the rain. I don't deserve the sunshine. What kind of person understands that? That they don't deserve rain, that they don't deserve sunshine. Do you understand that about your life? So if we can't even appreciate what we take for granted every morning, can we really ask God to bless us some more? God bless me, make my EPF big. Give me that job. Give me that job. Give me that girlfriend. You didn't even thank him for the sunshine. You didn't even thank him for the rain. Do you even acknowledge who he is or not? What it means to the Creator? Do you even thank him for you, your existence? I didn't ask to be born. Oh, that's how it is right now, huh? Just want to complain all day. You don't want to humble yourself to recognize that you're actually a dependent being and that you need to acknowledge who God really is. And yet, more than sunshine, more than rain, God is willing to give humanity the greatest gift, and that is the gift of Himself. Some of you, when I look at my youth sometimes, the young people, when I say such things, they look at me like, huh? I want the iPhone 16. Oh, that's when I know God really loves me. So when God gives you Himself, He doesn't love you. When God gives you iPhone 16, He loves you. Is that how it is? Can we see that God is a person? He's a being. He wants to know us. He wants us to know Him, to love Him, to live with Him. The ancient people of Israel were the first group of people who were given this fuller knowledge of God because God revealed Himself to them. It was a darkened world. People are ignorant of God, people don't want God, people hate God, and yet God reveals Himself. And over time, as time progressed, God revealed Himself more and more until the fullness of His revelation appeared in the person of Jesus Christ. So one reason why I'm a Christian, and there are some of you here who are Christians, is because I hope you saw that in the person of Jesus Christ, the fullness of God, as these verses would say. I know this ancient God because I know His Son, Jesus. Like the ancient Israelites, a Christian is someone whom God transferred from one domain to another. So look at this, Colossians 1, verse 12 to 14, where we give thanks to the Father. Do you call God Father? I know some of us have not so nice earthly fathers. Okay? You can talk to me or your friend after this. But you know what? Even though you may have a bad human father, you can have a good Father in heaven, giving thanks to Him. And look at that. He has qualified those of us who trust in Him, in His Son, to share in the inheritance of the saints in light. Like a father who prepares his inheritance to pass on to his children, that's what God does for those of us who trust in Him. He delivers us from the domain of darkness and transfers us to the kingdom of His beloved Son, in whom we have redemption, the forgiveness of sins. Once, as a sinner, I lived in my darkness. I thought I was the hot stuff, the control. But actually, I was blind. I thought I knew where I was going, but I didn't know where I was going. I was making money. I wanted to be a doctor. I was doing all sorts of wonderful things in my life, but do I really know where I was going? But God set me free. He made me realize the sinner that I am, and then He brought me under the rule of His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Just like how God brought the ancient Israelites under His kingship. So the marvelous thing that God has done is that He did something to free sinners from darkness. From darkness. And He gave them hope of life in a place, in a future kingdom, a future rule under a very, very good king, ruled by His own Son. So if you're listening to what I'm saying and what I'm showing you, and you're starting to ask questions and starting to think about these things, this is God being merciful to you, helping you realize that life is more than just what you think it is. This understanding of being chosen, being blessed by God, is something that gives God's people the clarity to understand what life is about. God's people are meant to be different from the world. We're meant to understand that life is more than just about money, earthly security, comfort, or whatever else people are more concerned about. Okay, let me show you this point from Israel's property market. Okay, so here's a very interesting set of laws that we have in the Bible. So when God brought them into the land, He gave them a few set of laws, very, very interesting property laws, okay, to show them that the way they are to exist is different. Their priorities are different, the concerns are different. Have a look at this verse, Leviticus 25, verse 10. God told them that they must release all their assets that they bought after 50 years. How many of you, you know your bungalow, your house, your land, all that, right? After 50 years, you must give back to the original seller. Shocking, right? Shocking. I know we understand leasehold, but even the Malaysian government leasehold 99 years, right? We can kind of renew the lease, you know what I mean? Even the Malaysian government will hesitate to collect back the land, you know, or the property, okay? But this property market, oh my God, after 50 years, I must release my assets and give back to the original owner. Each person will return to his own property, and each of you shall return to his clan. If this was the Malaysian property market, I think there'll be a war, man. Okay, people will be fighting for this. For Chinese people, and I'm sure for just more normal people, okay, it sounds really ridiculous, isn't it? What kind of economy is this? Because in our understanding, what is our economy? What is our value? What is our priority? It's to collect assets, correct? We want to increase our net worth. We want to pass on these properties, the money we have, the wealth that we have to the next generation. If I have to return my property every 50 years, it means I can never grow my wealth. What's the point of even buying property in the first place? So, it begs the question, okay? How is God teaching them what life is about through their property market? Actually, by the way, do you want God to be in charge of our property market, if this is the case? Why not? Why not? If we know what He's doing, if you know what's going on, okay? Here's why. Because when He brought them into the land, in this next verse, Leviticus 25, verse 23 to 24, He tells them that the land must not be sold in perpetuity. It means they must not keep selling the land. Because, look at that, for the land is mine. They're all tenants, you see. They're all strangers and sojourners with Him. And in the country you possess, you shall allow a redemption of the land. Which means if a seller sells it to you, you must allow him to buy it back. Okay? Now, because the way God sees all of them is that they are all His servants. Verse 55. So He's the landlord. They're all tenants. Nothing that they have anyway really belongs to them because they were once slaves. They had nothing to their name. And now God gives them free land, okay, which is theirs. In fact, in their name, because they pass it on from generation to generation. So their family will always have land. And God wants to ensure that. You see how merciful and gracious God is to every family member in this country, in this people? But they must understand that the land is never entirely theirs. So they cannot simply buy and sell property to just achieve their financial goals. For greedy people, that's what we'll do, right? We'll just keep buying, selling at cheap prices. But God is concerned for the good of all His people. Now, if He has that concern, the question is, if He saves you and gives you life, He is your blessing. He will take care of you. Will you be confident enough to give back the land that you bought? Or you're too scared. You want to keep the land. You want to make more profits. You're scared that you will lose out because you don't want to give back the land. Before they do this, God actually assures them in this set of verses, Leviticus 25, verse 18 22, that He will look after them, that He will bless them. Look at what it says, verse 18. Therefore you shall do my statutes, keep my rules, perform them, and then you will dwell in the land securely. Okay? So God is promising them security. In our modern language, financial security, economic security. Okay? The land will be productive. It will yield its fruit. And you will eat your fill and dwell in it securely. And if you complain, you ask God, what shall we eat in the 7th year if we may not sow or gather in our crop? God says to them, I will command my blessing on you in the 6th year so that it will produce a crop sufficient for 3 years. When you sow in the 8th year, you will still be eating some of the old crops. You shall eat the old until the 9th year when its crop arrives. Now, that's because God told them, once every 7 years, you don't have to work. Now, I know you all don't like the property law, okay? But do you like this law? Once every 7 years, no need to work. All expenses paid from heaven. Okay? The land itself will suddenly produce. For us, the Malaysian government does this, all was bankrupt already. Okay, the whole country will just chop up already. Okay, so it's not going to happen, normally speaking. But look at that. For this Israel, this nation, you see the basis for how they understand their land and how they treat one another is because, firstly, they have a relationship with this God, and His will is to do them good, to give them life, to give them blessings. So one whole year is like a year-long holiday, Okay, it's not really a holiday, okay? But comparatively speaking, these were all farmers. If as a farmer, you don't have to work for 1 year, is it a holiday? I think it's very holiday-like, okay? But why? Why does He tell them to do that? Why does God perform a miracle for them so they can live off 3 years of 1 year's worth of harvest? 6th year, 7th year, 8th year. Well, it's because, this is part of the Sabbath year, by the way, the 7th year. Just like the weekly Sabbath, God is teaching them, hey, you know what? Life is not just about work. You all agree, right? Life is not just about work, correct? If life is about work, you all don't want to retire, correct? You just keep working until you die. Work like a mad dog. How to be a slave of Egypt, correct? Why not, man? Life is not about retirement, it's about work. So I think all of us can agree, life is not about work, but then what is life about? What is life about? You know, it's not that God is against work. He expects us to work. Since the beginning of time, God told humanity, you need to cultivate the land, be productive, everybody needs to work so that everybody can benefit from the land. But for sinful people who lost the plot, where we think, you know what, as long as we keep working, as long as we do our job, we do what we need to do, we can get our own benefits, we don't need God. Okay, who needs God? Okay? Well, they need to be recalibrated. What if God told you one day, since you like work so much, okay, since you like work so much, because you are depending on yourself, don't work. Don't work. Look to me. Trust me. Will you do that? Will you be confident enough? Now, I say that knowing that some of you are very scary to say that in modern world, because you know why? Some of you is like, yeah, I agree. Don't work. Well, that's because your mother is paying for you, okay? You're living off your father's inheritance. Your mother is paying electricity. Next month, she's going to complain, okay? What the tariff increase, July coming, everybody. July coming, okay? Tenaga raising price. Everybody panicking now. Turn off the aircon, lah, stupid fella, okay? Very scary. Everybody's like, oh, okay. Now you cannot buy banana. Banana expensive, lah. Is it banana? I can't remember. But some fruits, lah, okay? No more Japanese salmon, okay? No more money. Think what, life so free, okay? So just imagine that God telling them, don't work, trust Him, look to Him, because it's not about just your hands. You know, I still remember this conversation I had with this 13-year-old boy. 13 years old, man. Can you believe it? He looks at me and said, Jerome, look at my hands. I was like, nice hands, okay? What are you trying to show me? All that I achieved in my life is from these hands. Dude, you're 13, man. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know about achievement, okay? Okay lah, you work very hard lah, very good for you lah. I'm sure maybe you're quoting your father lah, okay? You're probably quoting your father. But he's like, look at my hands, man. It's like, your hands are so nice and plump and soft, huh? Not like mine got callous. Look at that, man. Okay? Well, the question is, if God gave you a year-long break, all expenses paid, what would you do with your life? You see, He told them, 1 year break, no need to work. What would you do with your life? Now, that's the question. That's when your priorities, your concerns will all be reviewed. You see, if your question for where is my life headed, retirement, enjoyment in life, let's say right now, tomorrow, God give you 1 year break. You know what you'll do? You'll retire, correct? You enjoy life. You basically do the things that you wanted to do when you're 50 and 60, but you do it now when you're 25 because you got a year-long break. Would you give time to know God, to love Him, to know His Word? Since you kept saying, sorry lah bro, no time or thank you for inviting me for Geddit, at least once a year I join you lah, okay? But other than that, I don't have time to read the Bible, you know. I don't have time to think about God. I'm very busy, like, you know, business very hard nowadays, okay? You know how busy I am? I know, I'm also busy, everybody's busy, okay? But what if you had the time? If you had the time, would you still use that time to know God? Since you always said that you don't have time. When you finally had the time, you'll be exposed, because that's when you really see what your life is about. What do you really live for with all the time now that is in your hands? You don't have to worry about making money to survive. You have all the money you need already. 3 million ringgit in your bank account. You can live off interest. You can do whatever you want. But what will you do? Will you move towards God, or would you move further away from God? Because unless you care deeply about the things of God, unless you care about God, you would find this law to be very impossible to obey. You won't actually do what God is telling these ancient people to do. He told them to think of this year as a Sabbath year, which means it's not a holiday. They're meant to worship Him, go to Him, finally learn about Him. You're so busy for 6 years, work so hard, care for your family. 1 year, I provide for you. All your harvests, you just look at the jagong will succeed. You don't have to do anything. I, your God, will just make the jagong grow, okay? But what will you do? Will you open my word and study what I have to teach you? That's the question, you see. And God can tell them, give the lands that you bought back to the original sellers. Would you do that? You will do that only if you trust in God as your Lord, as your King, whose will is to do you good. So you have to trust him. In fact, the process of buying land, they will not cheat one another. You know, when you all buy property, right? You all want to buy it at fair prices or cheap prices. Notice how it's not expensive and cheap, it's cheap and fair, okay? Because nobody buys expensive, wants to buy expensive. At least fair, but we all aim for cheap. And how to find cheap prices? We need to find people who would sell it to us at cheap prices, okay? And what kind of people would sell to us at cheap prices? Desperate people, correct? People with difficulties, people who need the money, so they will desperately sell it to us. Some of you young people don't know what I'm talking about. If you go to some uncle, you secretly know his business is bankrupting already. He's got 1 million condo, okay? You go up to him, uncle, I buy your condo from you lah, 300,000 ringgit, want or not? Huh? 70% loss? Cannot. No. 1 million. Okay lah, they wait 1 month. Come back, uncle, got any buyer? Hey, the other buyers offer 250, 200. You're at least offering 300. Uncle, why not? 300. Right? You all love that, right? 300,000 ringgit for a 1 million condo. Ooh, yo, nice man. Now that usually happens. But in Israel, look at this verse, man. Verse 26, verse 27. Oh, wait, I don't have the other verse. But anyway, the issue is if one of them becomes poor, the buyer must not cheat them and quote them super low prices. In fact, God already regulated that. Just put that verse up, verse 16. If the years are many, you shall increase the price. If the years are few, you shall reduce the price. So in their property market, they must release the asset at the 50th year. So the way you count how much you pay for that property is dependent upon what year you're in and how many years left. Do you understand? So if let's say you're the 25th year, you got about, let's say, 25 more years left. So the way you think about the property is more like a rental yield kind of, not so much capital appreciation, because as the years go by, capital appreciation goes down. Okay, it becomes cheaper, but you buy the rental yield, you see? And the point is that you quote a fair price to your neighbor. You shall not wrong one another, but you shall, look at that, fear your God. You see, in this business transaction, how many people are involved? 2 or 3? Well, it's 3. You just think is that, oh, I signed here, my name, your name, done. No. The other person who is signing, but you cannot see the signature, right, is the guy in heaven, the boss man, the landlord, God himself. Because it is God whom they must fear. You know, as I thought about this passage, right, if God says he wants to bless them, and then they are in the land, why is it that some of them are still poor and they have to sell the property? Shouldn't all of them be blessed and God should eradicate their poverty problems? Why is it that in the land, they are still poor? Well, I think God is showing us something here, that his goal is not to eradicate poverty yet. I think one day he will, but that's not his point. We think that the biggest problem in our lives is that we are poor, or we need more money, we need financial security. But for God, what's more important is what you will do when you meet others who are poor, or when you are poor. It is your heart's disposition. It is your mindset, your attitude. So like I asked you just now, if God gave you a 1-year holiday, all expenses paid, okay, 12-month bonus. So you're like, what? God. Anyone 12-month bonus? We all like to know you and work for your boss, work for your company. Okay, we would love a 12-month bonus. That'd be fantastic, man. Okay, I also want a 12-month bonus, just for doing my job and getting paid by your company. Yeah, what would you do if you had a 12-month bonus? If God placed you in a situation where you could make more money, but it would be at the expense of others, would you do it? You know? Now, I'm not suggesting that, we cannot buy property at cheap prices. I think it can be done properly, okay? But my point is, when this person in front of you is your neighbor, your brother, someone whom God saved, someone whom God cares about, will you cheat him? Will you try to take more from him? Since both of you are under the same God, but you want to take more from him, will you do that? You see, your attitude reflects whether or not you're oriented towards God. God expects his people to share his concerns, to share his perspective, to share the way he treats his people. Since you understand you're both together under God, you wouldn't want to do something wrong to your brother. Because at the end of the day, for them, the property market is not just about land. but it's about living before God, the King, whom you know you owe your life to, whom you know without Him you will not be blessed, whom you know that even what you have came from Him. So if you're a God-fearing person, you would know that life is governed by God's authority, God's purpose. You wouldn't want to go against His authority. You wouldn't want to live against His purpose. You see, because you ask the question, where is my life heading? Did you ask the question, God, where are you heading? What are you doing? I recognize your authority. I recognize your purpose. So life is very messy. You can be Indian, you can be Chinese, you can be fat, you can be thin, you have bowling problems, Shopee problems, whatever, okay? But at the end of the day, right, although circumstances can keep changing, the fact that does not change is that God rules over your life. That fact does not change. The question is, do you recognize that? God's people and Christians are meant to be people who recognize that. Okay? But sometimes even Christians screw up. Okay? And the point is, you will want to see God's good purposes carried out in the world. And you want to be part of that. You will submit yourself to that authority. You will give yourself to this purpose. So when you think about these laws, do you think it'll work in our world today, in our economy? Let's say Malaysia wants to adopt Israelite law. Okay, Malaysia will never do that. USA, okay? The US market. Suddenly the stock market crashed. In one day, the stock market crashed. Okay? Do you think it will work in our economy? Return property to the original seller after 50 years. Don't sell at cheap prices, sell at fair prices. No way, man, okay? No way. If you think it can happen, you're very naive, you're very ignorant. Why won't it work in our world today? It's because no nation is a nation under God. You tell me which nation worships God like this? Which community, which people group worships God like this? So we live in a very God-hating world, where there are a lot of sharks everywhere, where people know it's a dog eat dog, shark eat shark world. And that's why, we like the free markets, because capitalism can allow greedy people to be rich. But you see, that's not how it works with the community of God, if that is a real community of God. If there is one place on planet Earth where you can see people who have confident hope in God, and they're willing to sacrifice, willing to serve others in this loving and sacrificial way, it should be the church. By that, I mean the people of God. And when I say church, I don't just mean one or two individuals, because I know some of you all know nice Christians, okay? One or two of them, only one or two out of 10, okay? That's very sad, by the way. But you should go to a church and you can see the whole community is thinking like this. They're acting this way. They are really different from everybody else, because they are not afraid. They are the chickens that cross the road. To use Jajun, okay? I hope you like that, right? They are chickens who cross the road. They're courageous because they know the road is dangerous, and yet they still cross it. No church is perfect, by the way, right? There's still a lot for Christians to learn. But you should expect Christians to be different, because God loves them and He's working in their lives to change them to be more like Him. And in fact, Christians themselves should know better as they live in obedience to God. Just to share a quick story, about 15 years ago, I got into a car accident in this neighborhood. Okay, I was driving, and I was a very poor guy, and I was only making 300 ringgit a month. So I got into a car accident. The guy came out, started scolding me like crazy, and I said, I don't have money to pay you now. Can I pay you later? He said, no, you would cheat me, okay? Give me money now. So I didn't know what to say, okay? And I was a bit stressed. The only thing that came out of my mind, Uncle, don't worry, I'll pay you. I'm a Christian. Okay? But what I was surprised was he actually, you Christian, huh? I don't know what he's thinking, lah. You Christian, why you're not my car? Christian doesn't mean perfect driving skills, okay? Okay? So I don't know, Uncle, I'm Christian, I'll pay you. So somehow, I don't know why, of all the things that I could say to him, he accepted my answer, then he just gave me his phone number and said, you pay me later. It's like, well, so now I can run away, At first, you want to take a picture of my IC, take a picture of my phone, everything. And it was very hard on me because I basically had to give him my whole month's pay during that time. But, I was worried, but as a young man whom God was teaching these very important lessons to, I needed to trust in my Lord to provide for me, to care for me. I made a massive screw up. I knocked somebody's car, and what will I do, I mean, otherwise, why should people do good in this world? I know that there are many people who are not Christians that they do a lot of good, from the goodness of their heart. He was saying, I'm doing this from the goodness of my heart, Which comic said that? Was it Jajun from his heart or somebody from his heart? Okay, that's nice, but can you really be consistent? What if you meet somebody whom you really hate, whom you don't really like? One of the hardest things Jesus says to his people is, you love your enemies. Why should I love my enemy? Really? If there is no God who is just, who is righteous, who will put everything right, why should I love my enemy? I should kill my enemy, correct? Because if I love my enemy will kill me. So Jesus is crazy. Unless Jesus is teaching us, well, you can do that because you have nothing to worry about. I love you, okay? So I love you, you can go love them. Don't worry. In fact, they're going to die from me in my hand anyway, so please go and love them, go and help them because they need it. For a Christian, regardless of who the person is, we do what we do because of God. You understand? Circumstances may change, life may change. Life and all its complexity will throw anything at you. But we have clarity, we have purpose given by the reality of God. So only when the person comes under the rule of God, which is when we see this transformation in their lives. So we see a new kind of practicality, where we don't just think, I need to work, make money, buy the Maniki Neko cat, have more customers, because it's all about retirement, have enough for EPF when I'm 70, when I'm 80. Life is more than that. God is doing something great in our world. Can we recognize that God is changing our world? And He's beginning to do that by changing a group of people called Christians in the church. And so there's a new kind of practicality where God's people will find new ways to do good in a way that would honor Him. So in His mercy, God leads people to Him. That's the most important thing, to be led to God. Because His person, who God is, changes people. After rescuing them from slavery, the first thing that God did was not to bring them to Canaan land. The first thing was not to go to Singapore, Australia, or whatever. No. The first thing that they did was, He brought them to this. He asked them to build a tent structure to symbolize His presence, to show them that the priority is Him. One of their key leaders, Moses, before they took on their journey, he said to God, if your presence will not go with me, don't let us go. For how shall it be known that I have found favor in your sight, I and your people? Is it not your going with us so that we are distinct, I and your people, from every other people on the face of the earth? So what makes this people unique? It is the fact that God goes with them. So to answer this question, where is my life heading? Who is bringing you to your destination? Do you understand? Where is my life heading is not a question that you can simply answer by yourself. The question is, who are you going with? There was nothing special about these people. They were ex-slaves. They know they're going to die already. Do you know you're going to die? Do you know there's nothing much for you at the end of your life? And so when God brings you to your journey's end, which is Him, will you finally then appreciate, okay, so I'm not 70 years old yet. I'm not 80 years old yet. I'm not going to die yet. But I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going because even right now, God has brought me to Him. So going to God's house, which means going to God, is the destination. Because a real and full relationship with God is the heart of truly living. For Christians, we don't. That doesn't mean we go to church. So we don't come to church as like, oh, we're going to meet God here. Okay? So the church is not the same building structure like this tent. When Jesus came 2,000 years ago, He superseded this structure. Okay? The point of this structure is that God's presence is there with them. But like I said, no temple can really house God. But when Jesus came 2,000 years ago, in these two verses, you see that the temple was really pointing to the fact that in His person, we have the fullness of God in Him. Okay? So the way we ultimately go to God, can you show those two verses, please? The ultimately way we go to God is not a physical temple structure, but to a person. To a person. The temple was pointing to the person of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ says, His temple is the Lord God, the Lamb, the Almighty, and the Lamb. For in Him the fullness of deity dwells bodily. So if you want to meet the one true God, the God of the universe, it's not about going to a temple or that God's temple. It's too small. You want to meet the one true God, you need to meet this person, the person of Jesus Christ, of whom you can know from the Bible. And that's why we spend so much time getting to know Jesus from His Word. whatever opportunities that God gives us to know about Him more and more, we want to take up that opportunity. And actually, when God told His people His laws, next verse, Leviticus 26, verse 2, that's why He tells them to keep coming to Him. You shall keep my Sabbaths. Remember how I said you need a special place, a special time? I thought of you about a special place. Special time though. You know, when people go to church, or people go to temple, or mosque, or whatever, they do it out of a religious duty, correct? Mostly lah, traditional people. Is that what God is asking you to do? To just do your duty? All these ancient people, He tried to help them see that it's more than just doing your duty. So the Sabbaths don't just refer to once a week you come to His temple. There are also festivals throughout the year where they come to visit God. And that is also called a Sabbath. Because the whole point about the Sabbath is you set aside time to spend time with the God who gave you life, to understand all that He has done for you. So once a week, verse 3, they would have a holy convocation. So the whole nation would gather together to meet God at His house. So that's once a week. And then throughout the year, so God gives them an annual calendar, to plan out their lives. Okay? Look, if you were them in the ancient world, and the only symbol you had of God was this temple, and God said to you, 3 times a year, you can come to visit me, how excited would you be for those 3 times? Will you be very excited, mildly excited, or zero, not excited at all? Okay? Because going to these festivals is not just about attending some festival. For them, it's an opportunity to be closer to God. Some of us, you all don't like festivals, right? Too many people. I when I was younger, I was telling the Geddit group yesterday night that when I was a younger man, I didn't really like festivals and all that. Chinese New Year lah, whatever lah, Christmas lah, I didn't really understand the purpose of these things. But now as an older man, as I'm trying to teach my sons that life is more than just his boring existence of going to school every day and coming back as if there's nothing to look forward to, you need to learn to look forward to things, But what is it that you're looking forward to? So for them, God gives them specific feasts. Verse 4. These are the appointed feasts of the Lord, the holy convocations. Let me tell you some of them. In their first month, they celebrate a feast that reminds them about the reason for their existence. And if you do that, January 1st, as you write your New Year's resolution for 2025, 2026, before I write my New Year resolution, look forward to the future, I think about my life, my past. Reflect, okay? Why did I even exist in the first place? What is my family about? Any of you asked that question before? What is my family about? What is my life about? So in their first month, they will gather to celebrate the Passover, where they remember their redemptive story. And then later, 7 weeks later, in verse 15 to 16, they will celebrate what they call the Feast of Pentecost, just 50 days after the first celebration, and they will offer their first and best crops to God. Because it was a time to celebrate God's gracious provisions. And so they have so much, they offer it back to God, and they can also share with those in need. That's the first month and second month. Then 7th month. The 7th month is a bit more solemn, a bit more sad. They begin with the blowing of trumpets to signal to everybody, it's time to wake up. Okay? In the 7th month, there'll be a trumpet blast where everyone will be called to basically reflect and examine their lives. And on this day, they celebrate a very, very important festival called the Day of Atonement. It is the most important of the events because on this day, it really captures symbolically the cost and what it would take for God to accept them. That's what you see in this picture. Okay, so this picture is a Day of Atonement where their people are just watching. So one day, they don't do any work. Okay? All of you like, I really like this don't do any work stuff. Okay? But it's not that you do nothing. You don't do any of your normal, usual, regular work to do the things that will really help you think about what life is about so your work has perspective. So they watch what the priest is doing. And it's a crazy symbol because here they take a living being, a goat, and he will put his hands, 2 of his hands on the goat, symbolically representing all the sins of this people on this goat. And then this goat will be sent out into the desert, basically being sent out to the demons and all that lah. Symbolizing how God's plan for them is to take away all their sins, all their offenses that accumulate in 1 year that taints everything. It must be removed. So you see ultimately why whatever we're seeing in this picture for the ancient Israelites is not the ultimate reality. Because what's really needed if you really want to be with God, or if God is to be with you, is that your sins need to be completely removed. Your past sins, your present sins, your future sins. You actually need to stop sinning. Okay? Now, of course, God is working towards that ultimate end. And one of the things that He did already was to send a priest whose name is Jesus, who would then offer His life. So that's why the Bible in the New Testament we talk about how Jesus was the one who gave His life. He was the substitute. And you may hear Christians say things like, His blood paid the price for my sins. And that's what we're really referring to, ultimately. And then finally, in verse 34, the final feast, which is their climactic feast, this is a time when all of them have to go outdoors. Any of you love camping? Okay? So imagine you're living in a very blessed land, you already have house and all that. God tells you, go outside. Live as though you were in a desert. Okay? For 7 days, this is the Feast of Booths, the Feast of Tents. And the reason why they do that is because in this suffering state, okay, where they were traveling throughout their journey, God tells them, remember how I took care of you, how I provided for you. So in all of these festivals throughout the year, they get to meet God, okay? And in all of them, God tells them a particular aspect of what He's done for them. Remember your past. Remember your future. Remember your current present. Remember what I've done for you, how much I've loved you and so much I've given you. This is who you are. And therefore, be my people. You have such a glorious future ahead of you. So trust me and keep going forward into the future. Remember the past to go forward into the future. And that is basically how we're meant to live our lives here on earth. So to answer this question, where is my life heading? You mustn't just ask, what's the future? What's the future? Where are we going? Because so much of where that direction should be in the future must firstly be understood from the past. And not just your past, not just Malaysia's past or world history, but the things that God did in history. Now that's the past you need to know. Because the works of God in our world for His people is what gives every generation of God's people direction for the future. So to ask this personal question, where is my life heading? You need to ask this bigger, profound question, where is God taking the world? What has He done? How has He shown where He's leading the world towards? And so for the people of Israel, even then, God tells them the most important thing to remember is to remember the things that I've done for you. And that is why when Christians, we come to church on Sunday, that's what we want to remember. That's what we want to learn. Not because we are just religious people, not just because we are nerdy people. There is a reason why we are a book people. You all know that? Christians are called people of the book. We don't worship statues. We don't just sing songs, and although we do sing a lot of songs. But we read. We read. We use our brains. We think hard. We try to remember things that God has said, because these are the things that we need to know for life. So to have this clarity, this hope, this purpose for the future, it is to know the things of God. You know, for us, we don't just think of heaven as a place. I think that's how general people think about it. Heaven and hell, two different places. Either you end up in heaven or end up in hell, depending on how many good works you do. But that's not even how the Bible talks about it. In John 17, verse 3, okay, so this is an incredible passage, because here Jesus explains to us what is eternal life. This is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. See that? And so that's why Jesus prays that the Father will glorify Him, and so that Jesus will glorify Him. Because at the end of the day, when you go to heaven, guess who will be the main character in heaven? It'll be God and His Son, Jesus Christ. Heaven is a new world where God's glory is manifestly revealed. So I don't know what you think of heaven. I know when you Google heaven, we'll all be wearing white robes, wings, having a golden halo on our head, playing harps, okay? Some of you looking forward. Those of you who like to play harps, you're looking, I want to go to heaven, I'll play harps, okay? I'll play the piano for God. No lah. Heaven is a new world, you understand? Okay? It's basically like this world, but without sin and more glorious. But the most important thing in heaven is to be with God. So if you don't like God now, and you don't like Jesus now, you wouldn't like heaven, you understand? Heaven would be such a sad place for you, because everybody is like talking about Jesus, praising Jesus, and you're wondering, what is going on and on about? Why is everyone here so obsessed about God, huh? I thought this is supposed to be a place of 70 virgins, you know? I thought it's supposed to be a place where we enjoy life together. Like, where's all the fun stuff? Why is everybody talking about God? Oh my God. Then the angel will come, the angel police will come. It's like, excuse me, I don't think you belong here, please. Please exit the vicinity now. Thank you. Where are you bringing me? There's only one other place to go. Okay, please follow me. Why is it always downwards? Looks very dark. That's the place where you're going. Come, let me bring you. Okay? This is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. So recently I asked my youths, the teenagers in our midst, I asked them, the standard Christian question, if you were to die today, and God's angel were to ask you, why should I let you into heaven? What should you say? And of course my youths are all very smart, they know all the right answers. Jesus died for me. You think what, heaven's SPM? Huh? When the angel asks you a question, just give the correct answer. You think the angel don't have like a mind reader, a heart reader, okay? No lah, don't just give me correct answers. Come on, kids. Give me the thoughtful answer, okay? No lah, they're much better than that. I'm just caricaturing here. No, but what will you say? What will you say? Why should God let you into heaven? Why? I've done so much good in my life. Really? Good enough for heaven? You're damn confident. You've done enough good. God can accept you into heaven. You deserve to be with the gods, is it? You deserve to live with the angels because you've done so good. You're an angel. Anybody call you your whole life? Angel. I got one youth, her name is Angel. But is she an angel? Okay, is Angel still here? Okay. Then what all of us call ourselves angels, then that's where God will accept us. I mean, who are we trying to bluff, right? So, of course, have people done good things in their life, even though they're not Christian? Of course. There are many people who have done good things, very nice things. But the question is it good enough for heaven? And were you actually really living with heaven as your destination anyway? Did you live the heavenly life? When you say, I've done good things, is it, well, sure. What do you mean by that? Is it heavenly? Is it heavenly? Did you really want to enter heaven when you live your life here on earth? If you get what I'm saying to you, to answer this question, why should I let you into heaven? One way of answering this question is, so I told my youth, if you really get what I'm saying, one of the things you could say to the angel is, Angel, I've always been in heaven. Okay? I've always been in heaven. Not that you got psycho fella, it's like, I'm on earth, but I'm heaven, because I'm on psychedelic drugs, okay? No, not that kind, okay? But what do I mean when you tell the angel, Angel, I've always been in heaven. I've always been in heaven. Why? Because I know my Lord Jesus knows me. He's waiting for me. Actually, He's waiting for me. He's waiting for me. Please open the gate. He's calling me. Hi, Lord. Looking forward to meeting you. You understand? You don't finally arrive at your destination and like, oh, you think, why should I enter heaven? Angel, give me 10 minutes. If you ask for 10 minutes, that's it. It's over. It's over. It's either you know your destination, where you belong, whether or not you should enter already. If not, you cannot enter already. You see, a Christian knows where he is going because he knows where he belongs. Right? As Paul would say in Philippians 3, verse 18 to 21. Just think about it, I know we're Malaysian citizens, but for me, my primary citizenship, right, is in heaven. And from it, we await a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform our lowly body to be like His body. Many people live in this world with their minds set on earthly things, verse 19. And so they will get the result of someone who lives for this world, a world that will eventually be judged by God. So really, people shouldn't blame God, If they finally reach the gates of heaven and God says you cannot enter. Okay? Why? Because do you belong in heaven? Do you belong? So you see the question, where is my life heading? Is a question of, do you know who you are? Do you know where you belong? Then you know where to go. If you don't know who you are, you don't know where you belong, of course you will ask this question, where is my life heading? Because you don't know where you're going. The only one who knows ultimately where he or she is going is the one who knows the Lord of heaven, or more accurately, the Lord of heaven knows him. And the way they lived their lives when they were on earth is a living proof that they've always been in heaven, because they've always lived with God and His Son, Jesus Christ. So, friends, let me ask you, do you want to be someone who knows where he or she is going? I know we are asking the question, where is my life heading? But is that a question that you're sincerely asking? To live as someone who knows that their lives will not just end up in death, but to be with God, the true giver of life. You know, there's this saying, by Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers of the United States of America. There's nothing as certain as death or taxes. RIP is not rest in peace, it's rest in poverty, okay? Because everything comes at a price. Nothing is free. You're paying for your whole life, okay? As Romans 6 verse 23, the Bible verse, it says, the wages of sin is death. So don't think that you can live your whole life without price. In your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all the sins that you do against God is accumulating. You see, unless you are confident that you know that even though you die, you will live right, you know that you're a sinner. Because you know that you will die. You know that you will die. Why do you die? Because you know you're paying for the price of your sins. You should die. So friends, as I'm talking to you, I'm not trying to be rude or trying to scare you. I'm trying to encourage you to find life. To find life with God. The free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. If you die without God, you have lost the most precious thing in your life, which is your life. Okay? It's okay if you lose your EPF, correct? It's okay if you lose your job, your eyeballs, your hands, whatever. Even your children is okay. Because to lose everything, even your own life, that's truly poverty-stricken. It's really rest in poverty. But why can't, before that happens, you already realize that now. I'm already poverty-stricken. Even as I accumulate EPF money, even as I try to work towards retirement, I'm already poor because I will die. I'm paying for my sins. So will you change the course of your life today? I've been talking about so much about what God is going to do for His people, but these people, although God said so much things for them, right, they don't want to listen, And that's the other problem that we need to think about, and I don't have time to fully explain this, but this is something that I still want us to consider. Because when you read the rest of the story of the Bible, you will find that these Israelites, they really don't listen to God. All those questions I ask you, God tell them to do this, do that, they don't want to do, They don't want to do. Or they do a little bit, or they do half-hearted. If God Himself did not stay His own course and kept working on them, there's no hope for them. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like a father. How many of you are really grateful for your parents for at least one reason? That they didn't give up on you. Because you were a screwed up kid, right? Do you? No. I'm a beautiful kid. I'm a perfect child. Okay? I've never done anything wrong in my life. Really? Okay? But you know that as a parent, if you gave up on your kids have very little prospect of succeeding in the future. Because they need you. I don't know whether the children understand that, okay? How much they need older people in their lives to help them. If God did not stay His course, they'll be finished. If you are the God who saves them, does so much for them, right? And then after this, they go and say, I don't want to do this, I want to worship this other God. What will you do to them? I think if you were God, what will you do? You will kill them, right? You destroy them. Now, God does something harsh still, okay? But it is for their good. And as we think about the things that God does, it really comes from a concern where He is trying. I use the word loosely, He is trying, but He is working towards them being a different people. So just to hear His heart, Leviticus 26, verse 43 to 42. They spurn my rules. Their soul abhor my statutes. So God is saying they don't like my rules, okay? They hate the things that I say to them. So the things that I'm saying to you right now about the things that God expects of His people, are you going to spurn it? Are you going to don't want? Or God, Bible, all these words are don't want. But you see, yet for all that, God says, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not spurn them. Neither will I abhor them so as to destroy them utterly. So He will stay faithful. Although they are unfaithful, He will stay faithful. Even though they hate Him, He is still committed to creating a people who will finally live for Him. So like a father who wants his son to do better, okay, of course it's more complex with God. God will send suffering in their way, along their way, to discipline them so they wake up to the truth about themselves. So you've read some of it in that text in front of you, Leviticus 16, 18 to 19. the function of those suffering that are meant to be discipline, God's discipline in their life, to break the pride of their power. You see, many of us, we want God, we don't say we don't believe in God, okay? God, you can exist. God, you can do whatever you want. But don't ask me to listen to you, okay? Don't make me do the things that you want me to do. We just want God to bless us and then leave us alone. But if God loves us, one of the things that He would do is to humble us through suffering so that we realize the things that I'm talking about. That you are not the boss of your life. God is the landlord. He is the creator. And He is the one who gives you true life. And you cannot live in this world one way while He is trying to restore everybody, unite everybody another way. You know, in my life, I've met some older, humble people. Okay? I say older because sometimes older people are not very humble. Okay? Uncle talk a lot. You know, it's like, uncle, enough lah, okay? But I've met some older uncles. Wow, you know how they're humble? They ask you questions. Although you are a young man, they ask you questions, you know. It's like, then you get scared. Because like, it's just a test. You know, uncle got so much wisdom, then he asks me questions some more, as if I know something. Okay, but uncle knows that he doesn't know everything, and he can learn from you also. Okay, so I've met a lot of older people who are humble. They're not Christian, and they understand that they must listen. Okay, and they cannot just think that they know everything, even though they are old. Yet one thing, you know, sometimes even for these people, they still find hard to do is to listen to God. You know. And so that's the thing, you know, being willing to listen to God. It's not just about obey blindly. It's not just about being humble, but really recognizing your place in relation to this God. So uncle can ask, you know, where is my life heading? The problem with uncle is that he may like to listen to Jordan Peterson, listen to Warren Buffett, listen to all sorts of people, but except God lah, you know. The question is, you know that you're already young, you're not so wise, right? Unless you're like certain youth who think they're very clever. But you know you're not so wise. You need to listen. But will you listen to God? True humility is only arrived when you understand your place before God as a sinner. The problem why many people are not humble is because they don't want to admit, don't want to accept that this is their state before God. And so many people still try to preserve their lives, think they have control and security. You know, what will happen, or what will come to your mind when this happens to you one day? You know, that's the same uncle you saw just now, okay, with his chihuahua. Now he's got a heart attack. Okay, look at his wife's sad face, okay? At some point, you'll suffer pain in your life, you know. I know we don't like to think about this. Some of you think like, I'm so young, I'm only 15. This is when I'm 70. I still got a lot of time, okay? No, time moves faster than you think, okay? In these dark moments in life, will you finally learn the truth about your frailty, your weakness, that you are not in control of your life and that you have to give an account for all the things that you have done. You know, Jesus taught us that material possessions is not everything. Everything that we think is the most important thing to us is not everything. In this little parable, he tells us that one's life does not consist in the abundance of his possessions. He met a man who asked Jesus to help him sort his inheritance problems. In response to that, Jesus told him a parable. There was a rich man who produced a lot, and he thought to himself, what shall I do? For I have nowhere to store my crops. So good, his investment, okay? So much money. And he said, I will do this. I will tear down my barns, build larger ones, and there I will store all my grain and my goods. And I will say to my soul, relax, eat, drink, and be merry. Isn't that what you want to do with your life? One day when you're 70, you can sit down with your pet chihuahua, drink your mocktails, and say, relax. Life is going to be good. How you know? At the age of 55, on the day you collect your EPF, you die in a car accident on the way home. God said to him, fool, stupid fella, dumb fella, ignorant fella, this night your soul is required of you. And the things you have prepared, took 30 years to prepare, whose will they be? So is the one who lay up treasure for himself and is not rich towards God. You see what I mean? You thought that you had control. You could be rich, you could be wealthy, but God takes the power to enjoy your wealth in a single moment. You don't decide whether or not you get to even enjoy what you have earned. So we all need to realize this truth that one day okay, realize this truth one day, that our lives are not really ours. I really don't like that poem, you all know this poem? We're the captains of our souls. Invictus, I think. You know that poem? I don't have the full poem. I should go and figure it out. Haven't had time yet. You know what I'm talking about, right? The captain of our souls poem, Invictus. It's like, no lah, we're not lah. Anyway, do you want to be the captain of your own ship? Just ask yourself that, man. Row, row, row your boat. I know where I'm going. I'm so smart. I'm a captain. Yeah, man. I know where my life is going, bro. Okay. Do you really want to be the captain of your? Look. Should you take responsibility in your life? Should you waste your life? Obviously not. Okay. So I understand the whole captain stuff is about people taking more ownership lah. Because apparently Gen Z is a bit more like, I'll just let life take me along, man. As the river flows. As it goes. Okay, I'll just see what happens. Then suddenly at 50, it's like, oh my God, I've lost all my life already. It's too late. And by the way, God will actually let us live the life that we want. Did you know that? It is His mercy if He stops you on your tracks and redirects you. But for many people, God will just let you do what you want to do. And that's a question you should ask yourself. Even though you have this, so to speak, ability, capacity, responsibility to make decisions in your life, well, what would you do with it? Would you still want to live the way you want to live, do whatever you want to do, even if God allowed you to? If God had to make you suffer for you to realize these things about your life, it is really His mercy towards you. And sometimes He might increase the suffering to discipline you so that you wake up to this fact. I only want to show you one example in Leviticus 26, verse 21 and 22. Here in this example, God will send wild animals to kill their children. And you think about that, okay? Wild animals, bears, lions, mauling your kids. Now you might think that this is crazy, Does it sound crazy to you? That God will actually send something to hurt your children, or their children, like in this case, to wake them up, to make them realize what life is about. So you may think that you are taking this question seriously. Where is my life going? But God takes it more seriously than you, such that He might even send animals to kill your children to wake you up, to realize what is at stake here. It's not just a personal question. It's not just a question that you can casually think about. It's a question that involves life and death situations. He is absolutely serious about what He is doing for His people. Of course, the tricky thing about this is that God is not personally attacking them, okay? This is God teaching His people as a whole what life is about. Like I said earlier, they have an incredible responsibility to be a shining light to the world. Do you know that? The ancient people of Israel. Modern day Israel, different story lah, okay? So I'm not going to make any political statement about modern day Israel, but ancient day Israel and Christians, we have such an important responsibility to tell the rest of the world where true life can be found in God. And if we ourselves don't honor God, don't live for God, that's why I understand if some of you non-Christians, if you look at Christians, you say, look, you say you believe in God, look at your life, man. And I feel pain. I feel sad also, okay? But I might say back to you, what about your life? Okay? So we're both in the same basket lah, okay? My life is not perfect. Your life is worse. So let's figure it out, okay? What will it take for us to truly live for God? Because what is at stake here is not just our individual salvation, but the salvation of the world, God's purposes, God's plans in the world. Do you see how more than you, God cares where everything is heading? That's why you must care about this question. Where is my life heading? Because God cares where not only where your life is heading, where our lives are heading, where the whole world is heading. He wants us to be humble so that we cling on to Him instead of losing the plot and abandoning everything. You see, God could have destroyed everything in one go. He could have brought judgment upon the world, but God has been holding back. And He brought various degrees of punishment to teach His people this lesson. And in His mercy towards people, God will go so far as to even send His own Son. So Ephesians 2 verse 4-7, okay, it's a marvelous passage. Because here we see that you think that God would be so mean to kill your children, okay? Well, look at what it would take ultimately for people to be saved, where God will have to send His own Son as a sacrifice for your sin, So instead of you dying, Jesus dies instead. So God, being rich in mercy, because of the great love with which He loved His people, even when they were dead in their sins, in their transgressions, God made them alive together with Jesus. By grace, you have been saved. You didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve the sunshine. What more, the blood of God's own Son. And yet, God sends His Son so that you may have life. Death is coming for all of us. And yet, God deals with the reality of death. Because you must die. But now you have a substitute who dies for you instead. So now you can be made alive. You can have hope, verse 7, that in the coming ages He might show the immeasurable riches of His grace in kindness toward us in Christ Jesus. Do you want to experience this immeasurable riches of God's grace in the future? Is your life heading towards verse 7, where you enter into the coming age and you receive all the goodness of God? Is that where you want to go? Well, it depends on how clear you are about what God is doing in the world, whether you recognize His Son, Jesus. So friends, as I come to an end to my talk, I hope that you understand that this question of where is my life heading really depends on who is bringing you. Okay? Who is bringing you? Are you bringing yourself? But where are you bringing yourself to? You can still enjoy your life, whatever life you want to have for yourself, but it's only momentary. Why live for so little when you can know God and live for so much more? One day you will grow old. So I found a picture of another uncle. Okay? I like this picture a lot because I don't see very many thoughtful old people as well. But what will your thoughts be? What will occupy your mind when you're old? You know, you look at his face, you know, what are you thinking? Uncle thinking, am I good enough? Uncle thinking, will God accept me? Uncle thinking, am I ready to die? You know? Or uncle thinking, what's for breakfast? Will I meet Miss Chang in our park later? You know, is that what he's thinking about? Or is he really thinking about the measure of his life? He's lived now, he's 70 years old. He's reaching the final leg of his race. Did you arrive at a good place? Okay, so some of you who are older, you have not taken your life seriously, you have not thought about God. I hope today, as we ask this question, where is my life heading, more than the rest of the people in this room, you are thinking about this question. Okay? But for those of you who are much younger, why only wait till you're old to begin thinking about purpose in life? For many people, that's even too late for them, you know? There's a reason why people say that old people cannot change their mind. It's because they've been living in a certain way for such a long time. They've been stuck in their ways. So now you are young. You can direct or choose a course where you don't have to arrive at this point. Maybe you feel like an unmoored boat in a vast ocean. Is that what you feel? And by the way, you're not the only one feeling like this, huh? Actually, many people do. It's just whether or not they're willing to admit it. I still remember feeling very lost in my life until I've started learning some of these things that I'm teaching you today. When the storms come, and especially when the storms come, right? You'll be exposed because you don't know what to do, you'll be tossed to and fro. Who will you scream out to? Let's say you're on this sampan, you're on this boat, right? And then there's a tidal wave, you know. Who would you cry out to? Your mother. Mommy, help me! You know, Papa! Papa, help me, Pa! You know, or you cry to yourself, myself, I gotta help myself. Or cry to your wife. You know what I mean? You know, who will you cry out to? And you know, a lot of people, the problem with them is that they want to get comfortable in this boat. So they tell themselves positive things. The boat is beautiful, the boat is fine, this is all I need, you know. And it's self-delusional, thinking that everything is okay when you're really drifting. You're drifting at sea, in the sea of life. And like many people, my worry for you is that you will sink and you will die, like millions of people who have lost their lives in this vast ocean of life. They have not really traveled anywhere. They're just drifting at sea, lost, die, and that's it. Actually, it's not here, lah. There's more to that after that. They'll meet God, and they'll get the shock of their lives. I'm supposed to travel to you? Oh my God, I didn't know that. So will you admit that you are lost? And some of you might even have to admit that more than just lostness, that you have been acting foolishly. You've been trying to preserve this little sampan that you have, You want to get comfortable on the sampan with your wealth, your condo, your bungalow, or whatever in Subang. So I hope for better things for you. I hope that you can admit your foolishness and that you will turn back to God. So like I said, this question about where is my life heading is not a place. Where is my life heading? That destination is a person. Is God and His Son, Jesus Christ. And so just as God showed the ancient of people Israel that they must come to Him, I want to encourage you now to go to the Lord Jesus Christ. Because He is the only one who can be your true anchor for your soul. So in this passage, those who know God can say these words. We have a sure and steadfast anchor for the soul. Okay, we're steady people. We don't get tossed to and fro in life and we lose our bearings. We know where we're going because we have a hope that enters into the inner place behind the curtain where Jesus has gone before us as our forerunner. So it's a reference to this curtain, to this tent. This is meant to be a representative of God's presence. So who has entered into the presence of God? There's only one forerunner who has done it, and it's the person of Jesus Christ. He came 2,000 years ago, He died, He rose again, and He's telling all those who follow me, I will bring you into the presence of God, where you have the fullness of life forevermore. So friends, I cannot say for any certainty where my life will be in 5 years. I share something about my life. I cannot even say for certainty where I'll be at the end of this year, in the next year alone. But I know where I will be ultimately. I have an anchor. I have a compass for how I'll live the next decade or the next half of my life, my remaining days on earth, because I'm following Him to this ultimate presence of God, to this newness of life. So I hope that if I've given you any clarity today or points for discussion, points for conversation, that you will consider this is Jesus Christ and let Him direct you to the presence of God. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoy your dessert and that you have a good time, the remaining of time here, having conversations with your friends. Okay? Thanks.
So friends, we have shared quite some good laughs today and thought a lot about life together and heard from what God says about it from the Bible as well, isn't it? So with that, you might now be curious about Christianity. So let me invite you to this event called Look See, this program. Okay, Look See. It's only 3 sessions. No commitment is required. And you'll be led by what we call these experienced guides. Okay, we've got one session coming up in July, if you're interested. It's going to be led by the woman in pain just now, herself, Sinla. And another in August, led by Zach. Whether he's in pain or not, I don't know. Now all you got to do is scan this QR code over here. Okay, I'll leave it up for just about 10-15 seconds. Or you could also ask your friend who brought you here today about this event, this program even more, okay? Now, the next season of Geddit will be in September, okay? A few months, yes, admittedly. Follow us on social media to keep updated on that, okay? But just to echo what I said at the start, just now also, we still have Geddit get-togethers, okay? In the upcoming weeks, a lot of small groups will be organizing the get-togethers. So some maybe you're going to go cafe hopping maybe, okay? Or to a waterfall. I'm not sure what those groups are going to do, okay? But yeah, just ask your friend who brought you here to join one of those GGTs. And in the meantime, you're also very much welcome to join us in church every Sundays, okay? So most Sundays, this place over here we'll have church, we'll gather as a church, right? Right here itself. And it will be both in the morning and also in the evening. You can choose whichever one that you would like to come to, okay? The morning one will be at 9:10. Arrival time at 9:10 for a proper start at 10 o'clock. And the evening one will be 4:45 for the proper start at 5 p.m., okay? Now, as we come to the end of our time here today, I hope you got some clarity on where you're heading in life. And we have fruit parfait. Okay, the waiters will be serving you. We have fruit parfait for you to enjoy. And why not, let's talk about this over fruit parfait. How do you now want to live? Okay, enjoy and have a great day, everyone.